Yeah, so hunters actually do not spend more money on conservation than anyone else. Taxpayers fund over 90% of funding for conservation. Even if you just look at the USDA's allocation for land and soil conservation, it's six times what hunters bring in every year through Pittman Robertson and fees and licensing. So yeah, hunters are not anywhere close to the primary contributors to conservation. And not to mention that their funding typically goes towards regulations and land management for more hunting, which is, just perpetuating the exploitation that hunting allows. So yeah, it's not much of a sport. I agree. It's a blood sport. Yeah, should we just let the deer population skyrocket? That would be dope. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of different natural ways that populations are managed in ecosystems. If you study ecology, like even just high school level, you'll learn about the different, mechanisms of population control for species. Healthy ecosystems should have, a balanced trophic system where you have predators and mesopredators and a whole host of natural regulations within place. But since humans come in and disturb those ecosystems, we mess them up, and then we, use excuses like population control to continue the blood sport of hunting, just for, humans' enjoyment, essentially. Ecology major, cool. Well, feel free to request and come on up. Let's see, was that Joe? I've got a Joe in the requests. Can I? If anyone wants to come up and debate, feel free to request. Okay, Joe, I'll let you up. Also got Taylor in the queue as well. I'm going to bring Joe up. Make sure you are 18 if you're going to request. Get Joe logged in. Hey, Joe.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going? Are you 18 or older?
yeah, I'm 33, so
Cool.
way past that barrier.
Cool. Yeah, good stuff. Why do you think hunting is conservation?
Well, it depends on the circumstance. So I imagine you're currently imagining like deer stalking or hunting as a form, not a form of conservation, which I would agree with you. However, we can look at other current fields and see that hunting is a form of conservation. Now, it might not necessarily be the way hunting is done in the inland areas, by the forests and such, but it is, by fact, population control.
So I'd like to start by
So we can
defining
look at,
terms, Joe. So I want to ask you like what your definition of conservation is, because I think, even just semantically, if we look at the definition of hunting versus the definition of conservation, we can see that hunting is actually the antithesis of conservation because conservation is protection or management and maintenance to protect resources, whereas hunting is exploiting those resources. So conservation is very much so in conflict with hunting. So it can't be,
but okay,
one and the same.
okay, so what would you define hunting to be?
Yeah, I think hunting is the exploitation and unaliving of wild animals, typically for human use.
Okay, so under your definition and under my rubric, hunting is conservation. So
How so?
let's look at Florida, for example. Uh, let's look at the coral reefs currently there, and we look at an invasive species such as lionfish. They have no place there. They need to be removed from that ecosystem because we know that on the balance of probabilities, they are harming that ecosystem, and it is our duty, our stewardship, to ensure that no longer continues. And the people doing that activity are required to unalive lionfish. That
Yeah,
is
so I
hunting
would
by
I
your
would
definition.
argue, Joe. So I would argue that this is still not, proving that hunting is conservation. Hunting
But
can be
that in
a
that case,
tool.
hunting is
So Joe,
conservation.
Joe, please, please. I'm still speaking, and I've respected your time and allowed you to speak. So I would say that hunting is not still conservation, just because there are some examples of hunting being used to control populations, because there are alternatives to the controlling of other populations rather than just hunting and fishing and unaliving these animals. Also, if we want to talk about invasive species, it is worth noting that the term invasive species is an anthropocentric term that we prescribe onto ecosystems. And a lot of these quote unquote invasive species are reactions to human disturbance. So if we want to talk about invasive species, I think we need to look at the human species as well. Humans are by far the most invasive species by definition on the entire planet. So would you also be okay with going after, humans for hunting as a form of population control, since humans are also invasive species?
Absolutely not, because I currently ground my moral framework in a gradualist approach to sentience. So
Okay.
I'm a
So
utilitarian by
why is this
nature. So
So why
humans
would
have
lion fish not fall under the sentient, caring? Why shouldn't you, promote things like
because they
sterilization?
harm more
Or,
sentient beings.
so you're
Is there
you're
currently? Sorry, please continue.
yeah, no, I was going to ask. So you're arguing now that you only care about certain species on the sphere of sentience?
Uh, no, I'm a gradualist. I believe that moral consideration is given dependent upon their level of sentience. So I give something like a bonobo or a chimpanzee or an orangutan or the Homo sapien much more moral consideration than I do, let's say, an oyster or a mussel. And I think at face value, both of us can accept that to be true.
Yeah, I agree, but I think extending the same, negative rights as far as being free from harm for, unnecessary purposes should extend to animals such as lionfish or deer or other animals who
Absolutely
we
not.
determine are sentient enough to care for. Because we do have, like I mentioned, alternative methods to controlling populations if we do indeed have issues with certain populations like lionfish affecting coral reefs. We can do things like, catch and release into appropriate areas. We can find sanctuary for these animals to relocate them. We can also do things like sterilization, which has been proven in various animal populations to be effective as far as remote distribution of immunosterilization options. So why, if we have options, that are far more ethical, that don't require the harm, and unaliving of animals, why should we choose to hunt or unalive these animals if there are alternatives?
Sure, totally. I accept many of those arguments. So, for deer population control, we can use fertility control as a
We can.
means. Yeah, but in many other species, these technologies are not currently developed, and the cost of relocating them currently is economically unacceptable. We could do much greater good by doing other things. Like when you think about good, you've got to of it in relation to other things. So, like the most good I can do right now, to be honest, is donate to mosquito nets in sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah, that objectively is the case. That's the most suffering that a sentient being can have, or the prevention of suffering that I could
How
currently do,
many?
and
How
so I
many?
do that.
Yeah, can you tell me like how many individuals are suffering from malaria? Do you know about how many? Like how impactful your donations could be?
Uh, Quite significantly, I think
Would you
currently
say
I've
there's
donated
millions?
15,000
Would you say there's millions of people suffering from malaria or billions?
millions.
Okay. Are you aware of how many sentient farm animals, land mammals that we unalive every year for human taste pleasure?
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. I'm a vegan.
Okay. Well, cool. That's awesome. I had no idea from talking to you. So, why are you advocating for unnecessary unaliving of certain animals that we deem invasive if we do have other options? And also, the term invasive, again, like I mentioned, is a anthropocentric perspective. Just because an animal is quote unquote invasive does not make it immoral for it to be there. and
Oh,
especially
yes,
when they're
so I totally
reacting
accept
to.
that.
Okay.
But the thing is, you've got to think about an ecosystem. You've got to think about how that organism interacts with an ecosystem, how it might cause greater harm to things that have sentience. So,
Yeah.
for example, lionfish, we can see that they essentially can eat and harm other things that have sentience without any cost to themselves. They just breed and breed and breed, and it's destructive to the ecosystem. So, when we look at it as net cost or net positive to the system, it's just all negative. They're just doing harm,
I
and I would
disagree.
accept.
So I would challenge you to look into this a little bit more. There are plenty of examples of quote unquote invasive species that have turned out to be beneficial to ecosystems. And there's actually a lot of study going on in how invasive plants could actually be the saviors of a lot of ecosystems that are being degraded through climate change. A lot of times us labeling quote unquote invasive species really comes down to their impact on human society, not necessarily ecology. Now, in the case of the lionfish, there is some ecological considerations for sure in the coral reefs. But again, a lot of times these invasive species are reactions to human disturbance, right? Like when we see massive pollution in certain rivers, historically, ecologists and conservationists have looked at this and been like, oh, well, all of these invasive species are starting to take over, but they don't recognize that the change in this ecosystem has brought about the opportunity for a new species. So I would really encourage you to maybe look into how invasive species aren't always negative, especially if
Oh no,
you're a vegan.
I never said that. I never said that all invasive species are bad. I, in fact, believe that it's dependent on the consequence of what occurred. So I don't think just because it's invasive it's bad. But I can say that there are invasive species that are bad. Do you understand my viewpoint?
Yeah, I do, but I still feel like you came into this arguing that we should support hunting in some cases,
No, no,
and as
no.
a vegan,
I'm being
that's very contentious. Like as a vegan, you should respect individuals' rights. And taking someone's experience away from them just because they're a quote unquote invasive species
oh
is very immoral, right, from a vegan perspective.
no, 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 no. So I think it's okay to cause harm to them if they would cause a greater harm to the system they're in. So it's dependent on
But again,
their presence in the
Joe, like,
system.
but I feel like we're having a little bit of a circular kind of argument here because we've
That's not
already kind
circular
of
at all.
addressed this, right? So like you aren't okay with this in the case of humans, right? Like we already said, that since
No, I'm
humans have
okay with
high
it in the case of
sentience
humans.
level, you are okay with it.
Yeah, because of the nature of our sentient experience.
So you're okay with unaliving humans because of their inability to like say handle, their overpopulation. You're okay with unaliving
What?
humans.
What? I never said that.
That's what I'm asking you. So you've interrupted me while I was trying to ask you the question, and I think we had some miscommunication there. So my question and why I feel like this is circular reasoning is because you wouldn't use that same argument to justify unaliving certain humans, right? And so you're arguing
I
that
totally
you
do
have you
argue
have the
that certain
right to
humans should
say,
be unalived.
okay, Joe. So this is the third time you've interrupted me while I was trying to explain to you, this argument. So like I feel like it's a little bit disingenuous, if you're not letting me actually form the argument that I'm trying to present to you. Are you willing to continue hearing, this argument?
Sure. Sorry, I'm just getting very passionate about this topic. I'm
No,
not trying to be
yeah,
mean to you.
I can appreciate that. I know you're not trying to be mean. It just it doesn't really feel like you're being, ingenuous, in following, the argument I'm trying to make. Because, again, if you care about the individual's experience, and we know that there are potential alternatives, as a vegan, we should not support the unaliving or the stripping of, an individual's bodily autonomy just because of the species they were born into, right? So if we have alternatives, we should seek alternatives. We should not be advocating for the removal of any species if they have sentience, right? And I'm trying to make this correlation to, let's focus on like a lot of hunters. I have to focus on say dogs or cats, right? Because when you start to comparing to other animals, kind of like you've alluded to, people start saying, oh, well, they don't have the same value because of sentience. Okay, well, let's look at dogs and cats. Most people do not support the culling, or hunting of dogs and cats when they become invasive because they're a human, created issue, right? So we should use human compassion, right, and our humanity, our humane reasoning to come up with a better solution, right? And the best solution that we have is taking these animals into shelters, trying our best to find them homes with the funding that we have, and if not, euthanizing them. But what you've come in here advocating for in the case of lionfish and potentially other invasives is encouraging humans to go out and unalive these animals in their ecosystem just because of the species they were born into. Do you see why that's kind of like a contradictory, stance for a vegan to have?
No, I don't think it's contradictory at all. In fact, I think it's the most vegan stance you can have because I think that what vegans actually advocate is harm reduction. We don't want
That,
harm to
that's
occur.
not true.
No,
That's not
why
true.
why why is factory farming wrong? Because harm occurs. Because
No,
we are
no.
brutally
Look, Joe. Veganism is the like being against the use or exploitation, right? Like
no, it's
being
no, that's
vegan
wrong.
is anything. I would encourage you to look into the history of veganism. Then it sounds like maybe you're not really
I'm more
informed
vegan
on
than
what
you.
veganism is. What? What did you say?
I'm almost certainly more vegan than you because it seems that you do not.
Okay. Like that's absolutely ridiculous. You're literally here arguing that you have the right to take certain animals' lives because they're a certain species. That's absolutely ridiculous. And if you actually consider yourself a vegan, you need to look into the actual definition, of what being vegan means in the vegan philosophy, and the history of veganism. Because a core right is the negative right to be free from harm. So you're not vegan. Maybe you're plant based. It sounds like you do care about conservation and ecosystems, but you're clearly rejecting the idea that an animal's individuality and their subjective experience matters. And you're trying to rank it in some reductionist or utilitarian argument, which is not the vegan philosophical stance. So yeah, no. Sorry to cut you off, but I'm not going to platform that ridiculousness. All right, Taylor Bonnet, 18. Hope that means you're at least 18 or older. Hey,
Yes,
Taylor.
I am 19.
Cool, good stuff. So, why do you think hunting is conservation?
So while I was listening to the live, I pulled up several sources of the definition of conservation just so then
Cool.
I did speech and debate for several years. So hopefully this goes a lot more professional, you would say. I am a
Cool.
farmer. I hunt. I did long range shooting, and I have several family members who are vegan also. I've tried it
Cool.
myself, so I kind of have both viewpoints of things.
Cool. Yeah.
Um, so
So, since you mentioned veganism, can you start by telling me like what you think veganism is from your view?
a lot of people have different opinions on that. Kind of like if now this is not the topic, but I'm using an example. For example, like politics, there's the liberals, and then there's the far left liberals, and then there's the conservative and far right conservatives. So, I pulled up a dictionary off of Google, and it says prevention or wasteful use of the resource. So I guess resources would be the topic of the animal, and then wastefulness would basically be what you're trying to say is that it's useless or it's wasteful to kill animals, correct?
Sorry, I'm confused. Like, are you trying to tell me the definition of veganism, or are you telling me the definition of conservation?
Definition of conservation, but vegan means like I choose to not eat meat because I support not killing animals, so on and so forth, somewhere around that area. I
That's
mean,
close.
everybody has different viewpoints on that. I mean, some
Yeah,
people do it for
so
health benefits, but some people do it because of a standpoint in their political beliefs.
Not really. I wouldn't say it's a political belief, so much as a liberation movement. There is a lot of misinformation or misconceptions about veganism. A lot of people think about the diet, like a plant-based diet, but real veganism is the stance against the use or exploitation of animals. So it's a lot more broad than just a diet. It is a lifestyle. It is, life decisions. And then, like I said, it's a stance against use as well as exploitation of animals. So if we want to get into conservation now, do you want to restate like your definition that you found of conservation?
So the two definitions I found was well, not definition, but I mean, well, yes, definition, is prevention of wasteful use of resources, prevention or protection, or basically what you're trying to say in this topic, and from what I can gather with the pictures in your live, it says hunting is not conservation and hunting versus vegan debate. So what I'm gathering from that information, or what I've heard you say so far in the past few minutes, is you think it's useless and it's destructive to hunt or kill animals, correct?
Um, I wouldn't say useless because I do understand the utilitarian benefits that, hunters argue. Like I'm a former hunter. I grew up hunting, fishing, trapping, like all of that stuff for like the first 26 years of my life. So I'm well aware of like the quote unquote benefits of, taking animals' lives and using them as a resource. But, when I began empathizing and understanding the subjective experience of animals, I realized like not only is that unnecessary, but the more I studied ecology and biology, the more I found out there was evidence that hunting has a negative impact on ecosystems and biodiversity. So from my position, not only is hunting like unethical because you're taking away the life of an animal that doesn't need to die, you're also, partaking in an activity that's exploitative of nature, right? Which is the opposite of conservation. Conservation is management or protection of resources, animals being included as resources in this context. So hunting, is the antithesis or is in contradiction to conservation by that kind of logic.
Agreed. So I did a little bit of research, and this is so I actually have family members who are fish and game wildlife, and they are so on and so forth. So I do definitely know about fines and so on and so forth. I personally believe that not everybody follows the law when it comes. There are poachers. There are people who
Yeah.
shoot endangered animals. Now, I would say now I say it's wrong to shoot endangered animals, but if it comes into, let's say, for example, ranchers, if you own a ranch and you have cattle and the economy is very low and you have to depend off that, and then if a bear or any type of predator or a endangered predator, you would say, tries to hurt your own land, then I would say that that's a very valid point to protect your own belongings and to protect your herd from stuff like that. Because I've had that happen to me, and we've lost hundreds of cows because of predators like that.
Okay, so you've kind of made 2 points. So I want to figure out like where you want to start. So your
Yeah.
last point was about like protection against predators, protecting livestock or self-defense against predators.
Yeah.
And your first one was confusing though, and you kind of skimmed past it. Do you want to focus on the predator protection or
I would say
because
the
I guess
predator
Taylor, like
protection.
what do you think is like your strongest argument for why hunting should be considered conservation? Let's start with that. Like read that and like give me your one
Okay, yeah.
strongest argument.
So the one thing that I want to focus on first, because I have extreme ADHD, so I'm all over the place sometimes. But
You're good though.
um, the main thing to me that where I do not agree with your viewpoint is that the average is about protecting your land, protecting your livestock, and it's what harm that animals cause. For examples, farmers. Now, I'm not saying farmers particularly, but I'm just saying land because because farmers have to make money. But when you have wild pigs, predators killing your livestock, so on and so forth, it becomes a problem, and it causes damage. And the average income of an American is between 60 to 90 grand. 90 grand is on the higher end, 60 grand is on the lower end from what I found in the United States. So you take that into equation, and you take the cost of planting, you take the cost of farm equipment, and the cost of diesel to be able to provide wheat, corn, cotton, all this other stuff, and cattle. It costs thousands and thousands of dollars, and then you got these wild pigs coming in like your fields and tearing it up, tearing up your crops. Your equipment gets damaged,
So
and
Taylor, let's try to refocus. So we're talking about conservation, right? You've kind of gone on a little tangent here about protecting animal agriculture, right? So like if you want to talk about like conservation, that's kind of the main topic. And I would like to point out, like if you care about conservation and protecting like wildlife, if you want to help preserve the rainforest, in the Amazon, if you want to, slow down deforestation and the spread of agriculture land, the best way to do that would be to support a plant-based diet. 80% of the agricultural land in the whole entire globe is devoted towards feeding animals, and those animals then are slaughtered, and currently 92 billion every year, and they only contribute about less than 20% of global calories. So 80% of the farmland is producing animals that only supply 20% or less of global calories. So if we want to talk about conservation and protecting land, we need to be looking at what we're consuming every single day, multiple times a day. Because a lot of times those products, like animal products, are drastically, contributing to deforestation and expanding animal agriculture and agriculture land use. So, if your argument is that hunting is conservation because it protects livestock, well, I think it's really important context to understand that like livestock, the livestock industry and the exploitation of these animals is the reason for the biodiversity crisis. 80% of the biodiversity loss in the Amazon is devoted directly towards animal agriculture and the expansion in South America to demand, for the raising demand of these products all around the globe. So, let's talk about conservation, and let's remember that context of animal agriculture. So now, knowing that, how impactful animal agriculture is, why do you think that hunting should be a valid consideration for conservation?
agreed. But at the same time, it's like, to me, it's like, why would we be talking about the Amazon, South America, so on and so forth? Because I mean, I'm guessing you're American, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, my thought would be, because this world is in a horrible economy, let's talk about how animals affect our daily lives, and about, let how do I say it? It's like, the point that I'm trying to get at is, you're saying that killing animals is wrong, but it doesn't make sense to me because, hang on, my brain is so freaking twisted right now. But like,
I know
why
I dropped
why
a
why
lot
are
on you,
we
man. I
talking
dropped a lot
about the
on you.
Amazon?
Yeah, the Amazon is just an example. So we're still seeing this expansion in North America as well, not just South America. We're seeing more and more, of these regenerative farms, which are exploiting animals. But these regenerative farms actually use more land, up to 75% more land sometimes than the CFAOs or the concentrated feeding operations. So, if you care about the environment, even like here locally, right? Like if you're an America first kind of guy and you give two shits about, the rest of the world, it's still happening here. We're still having horrible environmental impacts from our agriculture industry, which again, is primarily focused as far as land and resources on producing animal proteins rather than plant proteins. Even though plant proteins are more healthier, they're more efficient, they're less impactful on the environment. So if we want to talk about conservation, I think that's a really important context to understand. And I really appreciate you coming up and speaking to me, Taylor. It's been a really good discussion, but I would encourage you to like maybe look into this a little bit more as far as like animal agriculture's impact on the environment specifically. And then I'd love to talk to you again sometime, man. Like
Okay,
this has been a really
real,
good
real, real,
conversation.
real quick before we end this, because I'm going to give a, if you can just give me a minute to, or for me to explain. I don't think that I can sway you. I don't think anybody else can sway you. But from what I gathered, I'm reading the top line of your thing. It says hunting is not conservation. Therefore, what I gather from that, people who don't have all the time in the world to look up and to dig their life into basically what you're saying, but it's like for me and my family started, or well, I'm not talking about like, generations back. I'm talking about from when I was 10 years old to the time I was 19 years old. We were very poor people, and now we're somewhat wealthy people. And it's like we grew our ranch from basically 10 acres to now almost 1,000 acres. And from my personal experience, after planting, after having cattle, these animals come in, these feral wild animals come in and do damage to our land. And if we do not shoot them, if we do not exterminate them from our land, they cause us a crap ton of money, a lot. And to me, it's hurt our pockets of the years that we did not hunt the feral pigs, the coyotes, the bears, etc. Or well, not the bears, but the coyotes and all the predators. Because we did not shoot them, it caused us cattle, it caused us land damage to where we lost a boatload of money. I'm just giving a perspective of
And I can appreciate that, Taylor. I would just say though, like, the perspective I have very much is rooted in the same perspective you have, except I've come to the realization that not only is it unnecessary to hunt these animals, but there are more ethical ways to do population control or protecting your crops and your family. There's fencing, there's land and farm design. There's tons of different ways of going about this. But hunters want to look at the situation and see what they can use these animals for. Hunters look at these animals and don't consider them, to have a right to be here in the wild. Whereas, like they have just as much of a right to that land as you do, because they were born there. Like the hog problem, the feral boar problem is a man-made problem. It is because these animals escaped animal agriculture previously throughout history in the U.S., and they've become issues in certain areas. Now, there is no reason besides speciesism to consider these animals nuisance or a threat. There are ways to design our farms around these animals. We're doing that here. We don't have near the boar problems, but we have coyotes, and we have tons of rescued animals that we protect from coyotes with non-lethal force. Now, growing up, I was taught that the only way to handle coyotes is to unalive them mercilessly. And I realized not only is that harmful to the ecosystem, but it's also harmful to the individual. These are individual animals with families. They have an inherent value in their life beyond just what you can use them for. So I would encourage you to, look into that. If you're
also
talking about protecting
one
your,
one last thing to that. And I thought that you might say that, and I'm saying this in a respectful way. I got quotes to get them trapped and to get them relocated. Now, this is just personal experience. On the average American ranch ranges between 100 to 500 acres. I have slightly more than that, almost double. But from 100 to 500 acres, they would put out close to 20 traps, and to relocate them, it would cost almost $7,000 on the low end just to set the traps. Not everybody has that money. And I even looked into high fence. High fence for 500 acres would cost over $6 million just to get
yeah,
that
so
put in.
you
So
don't have to
it's like,
build
to
you
me,
don't have
it's
to
more
build
cheap.
metal fences, Taylor. Like you don't have to do this. There are other permaculture design methods where you can design your farm through things like hedgerows, through huge mounds of sticks, like waste materials. There's so many different ways to go about it, but I understand why you as a hunter and somebody raised in this lifestyle would, overlook those things and focus on how you can use these animals because people just want to use wildlife to their benefit, and not recognize the inherent value that these animals as individuals have. And I appreciate you coming up, Taylor. It's been a really respectful conversation, but I am going to move on to the next guest. So I appreciate you.
That's fine.
All right. Lots of wild comments here. Let's see. Vegans haven't done these jobs, so they can't say anything. Well, I was a former hunter, so if you consider hunting a job, I guess it's more like a hobby, a sport. Yeah, I appreciate Taylor coming up, but he, I think he's pretty young. He's got a lot of life experience to gain, and hopefully one day he'll empathize with the animals. But let's see what other guests we have here. I don't know. Some of y'all don't look 18. All right, let's see. Brady with the teddy bears.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going? Are you 18 or older?
I am. I'm 18.
Cool, good
All
stuff.
right.
So why do you think hunting is considered conservation? Oh, you do have to be in the app for me to hear you.
My bad. I have this stat. All right, my bad. Dang. Hold on. Can I leave and pull it up on my computer and then come back in a minute?
Yeah, sure, man. No worries. All right, let's see. Codester says that he's 20. Let's see. Codester.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good.
Yeah. So
So
what's your thoughts on the topic here?
yeah, so I actually have a thing pulled up from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's based on coyotes. This whole report, and the dude who wrote it is a biological science technician from Bismarck, North Dakota. And on this, it lists like coyotes and how they are can get more aggressively over time, like a damage identification, and conflicts they can bring up. And then it also lists management methods. And in this report, it lists of non-lethal and lethal ways. And this is straight from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And it also lists like the high fence, all that stuff, like non-lethal ways, like I said.
Yep.
But then it also says in multiple sections on this report, shooting. Shooting is a common method for lethally removing coyotes. There's aerial operations, like shooting them from an aircraft, that's kind of crazy. Night operations, shooting coyotes at night using thermal visions and such. And it also goes to the extent of using toxins. But if the U.S. Department of Agriculture is saying this is okay for conserving methods, how is hunting therefore not conservation?
Yeah, so I think you have to look at the context, right? So the United States Department of Agriculture is focused on protecting agricultural interests, right? So they're not always focused on conserving soil, water, and wildlife. In this case, what we're talking about is protecting livestock or animals that we're growing to slaughter and then consume their flesh for humans' taste pleasure. So if you want to talk about conservation, and you literally mentioned there are nonviolent or non-lethal ways. Why should we go out of our way to unalive coyotes? And if you want to cite some scientific evidence, so you're sourcing, the United States Department of Agriculture. Like I mentioned, they have a inherent bias towards agricultural practices, but we do have scientific studies showing that the unaliving or hunting of predators such as coyotes specifically, like these pack animals, actually doesn't greatly impact their population over the long term, because what that does is taking out a few coyotes over time, the ones that stick around while they're being hunted in these areas, they actually hunting reduces the competition within inside of these packs. So they actually end up having a rebound effect where the following mating season, which is actually around this time of the year, January and February, at least in the eastern United States, actually they increase their breeding and they increase their pup litter size. So we have studies showing that hunting actually doesn't have a good impact for bringing down these populations of animals. So under that understanding, why should we continue to choose violent means when we do have alternatives, that are more ethical and perhaps more expensive, but we are subsidizing, animal agriculture to a huge degree already. Why couldn't we take some of those subsidies, and put them towards ethical, options?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. But the whole topic is hunting is not conservation, and like this biological science technician had gathered plenty of resources. And if they are saying that it is a viable option, hunting, shooting is a viable conserving option method to help keep the population, how is it not like
So you're,
conservation?
you're literally reading that word for word that they're saying that it helps with the population.
It lists in here in this report. You can look it up too. It's here, I'll give you the name. It's here. It's Coyote Ecology and Damage Management. It's from the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
Yep.
Get back in that
And I
PDF.
could give you, I'd be happy to share. So on my website here, bentheveganfarmer.com/links, you can go there, and I've got a whole document called Hunting References. And you can go through about 40 different studies that outline my position. These are peer-reviewed scientific evidence. One of them is going to, just trying to find it here and get you the title. But there's multiple ones about hunting predators and that impact on ecology, right? And so, essentially what your argument comes down to here, though, is that hunting is conservation because it helps protect the livestock, industry, the animal agriculture industry, which, the last guest, I kind of did that whole circular argument too, where it's like, if you care about conservation and protecting land, the biggest threat to wild spaces is animal agriculture. So if your argument is that hunting protects animal agriculture and therefore it's conservation, that doesn't follow logical sense if animal agriculture is the main driver of deforestation and biodiversity loss. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I'm just going because shooting, hunting, so you're going to hunt these coyotes. It is a method of conservation proven by these biologists, is the whole point.
No, so can you define conservation? Like when you say hunting is conservation, I need to know, like, it sounds like maybe you have a different idea or, definition of conservation. So can you define that term for me?
Yeah, let me get the ecology definition for it. Conservation. So what is your definition? Because I'm sure there's multiple different ways based on what you're going for.
For sure. And like the term's going to be different in different contexts, but essentially conservation is the protection, management, and conserving of natural resources. And animals typically do fall under, wild animals fall under that resources category. So if you say that conservation is protecting or conserving, these animals, then hunting by definition, since it involves the harm, the suffering, and the killing of animals, it is in contradiction to conservation, just by definition.
But it is keeping the because the population can, of course, it will weed itself out when it grows too big.
Right.
But we can also help that with shooting, so it's going to happen naturally. But if they're saying it's a viable option, why is it not falling into that category?
Your source is the United States Department of Agriculture, which has the vested interests of animal agriculture, at its back, right? So that's an extremely biased source. You need to be looking at like peer-reviewed things that are in like scientific publications like Science, Nature. There's ecology publications like Biological Conservation. There's the Journal of Wildlife Management. Like there's thousands of different like peer-reviewed publications, like magazines and stuff, that take in these scientific studies and review them together and then publish them publicly once they've reviewed them. That's the kind of like scientific evidence that you want to kind of look for having a solid argument. We do have like studies, like I mentioned on my website here, in this references document, we have studies showing that hunting, even regulated hunting, actually has negative impacts on biodiversity and ecology. So having somebody from the USDA say that, hunting coyotes can be good for reducing the coyote population. Well, obviously if you have somebody posted up on your farm unaliving every coyote that steps on it, there's going to be some impact to the coyote population, but not in the long term. Like I mentioned, we have studies looking at the long-term impacts of hunting coyotes unregulated, like they do here in our state, in my state, South Carolina. And we actually see that it doesn't disrupt the populations near like you would expect, especially in the long term, because of their response or their rebound as far as reduced competition with inside of the packs and increased breeding after some of the larger animals have been unalived through hunting. So this again is like not getting to the core of my argument that hunting is not conservation, because you're still arguing that hunting is conservation because it helps with population control. And you already admitted that there are natural things, like you hinted at carrying capacity, right? Like if a coyote population gets too large and they consume all of the rodents and all of the rabbits and all of the small prey, next year they're not going to be able to reproduce to the same level, right? And that is basic ecology, right? That is the trophic system and trophic cascades happening. That's what happens naturally. Through hunters' involvement, we disrupt those systems. We disrupt the predator to prey ratios and cause havoc. We disrupt the entire ecosystem. So no, hunting is not conservation. We have scientific evidence to show that it disrupts these ecosystems, that it reduces biodiversity in the long run. So again, I'll ask you, what is your best argument for why hunting should be conservation?
I mean, we can go back and forth, but I think that was a good, healthy discussion there. Like I said, I pulled up that biologist, and yeah, but it was
I'll
good
pull that
talks,
up
dude.
Yeah, likewise. And I'll pull that up and I'll check it out. I found it from aphis.usda.gov. So I'll give that a review. But
Yeah.
definitely check out my website here. If you go to bentheveganfarmer.com/links, you'll see like a link to the different documents. So if you do want like scientific evidence just to see the stuff I'm arguing for, check that out. And yeah, appreciate you talking to me. All right, let's see who else we've got here in the box. A few more. All right, Brady's back. Let's get Brady back up here. Hopefully, he had a chance to look at the source. Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, all right. So I was just gonna jump in straight into like the why it's conservation.
Okay.
Where I'm at in Mississippi, I guess I'll start off with the coyote since that's been like a common theme. Where I'm at in Mississippi, shoot, and all the southeast, coyotes are not native here.
Not true.
That is 100% true. Over the past 50 years, all right, can you show me where that is true?
Yeah, so this is a common idea I hear in the hunting community. So what we have with coyotes is an expansion of a native range, right? So if you look back a few thousand years, the coyotes were in North America. They were just in a slightly different ecosystem than they are currently expanded into. Through humans' extirpation of predators like the mountain lions as well as the red wolves in the eastern U.S., we created a void of top apex predators in the ecosystems. So what happened is through climate change, through raising temperatures, as well as varying land management uses in the southeastern United States, as far as deforestation, expansion of agriculture, human encroachment on wild spaces, we've created these environments that benefit animals like coyotes that are well adapted in these new emerging ecosystems. And so since coyotes are native to central and, a large part of the southwestern United States, they've expanded their range. That does not make them non-native just because they weren't here a few thousand years ago. If they're on the same continent, they're still native to that continent, right? And if there's habitat change and they expand into new habitat, that's an expansion of their native range. Does that make sense?
I see where you're coming from. However, like iguanas, for example, I don't know if they're really like the lizards. They're not in Mississippi, but they're still in Arizona.
Florida.
And
Okay.
yeah, Florida and stuff like that. Well, they're not native to Mississippi, even though they're on the same continent. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but I don't think that just because a species finds itself in the wrong place, or that a species has adapted to some new ecosystem, that doesn't justify us like taking that animal's life, right? Like, would we do that to humans Let's say, like, if there was a certain species of humans or race even of humans that was not very good at self-regulating, was deforesting, land, was just using up a lot of resources and expanding too quickly, would we say that we have the right to go and unalive those humans just because of their lack of self-control?
Well, absolutely not. But these are animals, not humans. Like
So
that.
humans are animals. Humans are animals.
See, that there's a disconnect there because I've never seen a coyote drive a car. I've never seen a
There,
coyote
there are
build
some
a
humans.
building.
There are some humans, though, Brady, that can't drive cars, right? And we
Yes,
still
but
extend the basic rights to
that
not
is
harm them.
a rare, uh, possibility. Look, all right, my stepsister has Down syndrome. She will not be able to drive a car, right?
Right.
But her situation is relatively rare to 90 something percent of everybody else. So
So Brady,
saying,
this is called special pleading, right? So like if I present a case to you that doesn't fit with your argument, now you're saying that, well, that's just a special case, and my entire argument is that, look, if you're going to consistently say that it's okay to unalive an animal because, say, it's overpopulation or it's not native to this area or whatever it may be, you need to be able to consistently apply that, right? And if you can't, then there's a flaw in your logic, right? Like there is no trait difference between a coyote or a pet dog, right? That justifies unaliving the coyote because they're not native or they're a pest or you don't like them, versus your right to go and unalive a dog, a stray dog, just because you don't like it being in that area, right? Do you see
see,
like
I get where
why
you're,
that kind of a
once again, I'm not
contradiction?
trying to be a douche, I promise.
All
I'm
good, all
really
good,
trying
all
to
good.
understand where you're coming from. But, 9 times out of 10, a stray dog, if I see it, is not going to come up and try to attack me. And 5 times out of 10, a coyote probably wouldn't either. But because
Correct.
of the domestication of dogs and the non domestication of coyotes, coyotes have a higher chance to attack, say, me or a pet or somebody else. You know,
But
they
that's like,
are,
but that's like saying, Brady, like that's like saying, well, I just don't trust certain types of people because I associate them with potentially harming me, right? Like, is that okay to judge an entire group just by the chance that you think they might do something, right? Doesn't that seem a little
I
weird?
mean, no, but if I had a newborn baby, I wouldn't go give it to a random person and trust them to take care of it.
Right. And if you had a newborn baby, you wouldn't leave them outside, for a coyote to come get them. Just like most people shouldn't be letting their dogs just run around out in the country unsupervised with
Well,
no fencing or anything
I,
like that.
I agree with the dog thing,
Okay.
but so I think we're not going to agree on the coyotes. But I also had another point about the
Okay.
conservation. Uh,
Yep.
in Mississippi, I really can't speak for nowhere else because when I looked this up, the uh, Mississippi Department of Wildlife popped up. But 100 years ago, uh, in Mississippi, they were only, or let me read, I read that wrong. Now there are about 30 million deer in Mississippi. And 100 years ago, before we had hunting seasons, they were near extinction. And since we put in those hunting seasons, the deer population has increased tremendously. And like a couple guests ago, you said, well, that's because when you were talking about the guy about how you kill a coyote, the competition goes down, so it's just going to raise the population.
Yep.
Well, in prey animals' case, that's also true
Yep.
because you're taking away the competition for food,
Right.
and the bigger animals are going to survive. So,
Yeah, I
in
agree.
this case, it is conservation to control the population in order for them to survive in the long run.
So your argument is again like population control. You're saying that by taking the lives of some deer, you can increase the population of those deer, and that's a good thing.
I believe that the survival of the species itself is the best thing. Also, like
I agree.
you asked the last guy, the guy before that, what his definition was for conservation. What's yours?
Yeah, so my definition would be the protection or conserving of natural resources, and that encompasses everything from land, water, air to wild animals to wild resources like mining and oil and gas and things like that under the earth. So when I talk about conservation, it's a very broad subject. And I think modern conservation needs to focus on biodiversity, not of how we can sustainably exploit nature, right?
Yeah, I don't. My definition of exploitation is not hunting. You get me?
No. Why is hunting not exploitation?
Because you're not. It's a win-win for the species of the animal and you,
But
right?
it's not a win for that animal you're unaliving or their
But
family.
that
Like
animal that I'm
you're
shooting does not have consciousness. You
it
get
does have
me?
consequences.
All right,
It is
it definitely
sentient
does
creature.
not have consciousness.
It does. It can make conscious decisions. It has sentience. It has the capacity to suffer. It also relates to its family and its herd. There are connections between bucks and does, then also between does and their children, the fawns. So, like
Okay.
these are animals that are capable of suffering
Having a
before they
barbaric relationship with, say, like a doe and her fawn, right? If a coyote or something like that busts through the woods in the same lane that the doe and the fawn are in, they're going to run two different ways. Now, us, say a robber breaks into our house and our kid's sitting right there, we're going to grab the kid then run. But deer don't do that. And neither do several, I don't think of any animal that will grab the child and then run away. You get what I'm saying?
No, I have no idea why that relates to my argument at all.
Because they don't have the same conscience humans do.
But it doesn't matter. We've already
If
established that some humans don't have the same level of, intelligence or consciousness or decision making that
But
other humans do.
you
But that
can't
doesn't justify us
relate the
using it.
special case for a human with the average case for a deer. You can't relate those two.
Why? Like this is a like logical consistency, right? Like if your argument is that some animals like aren't intelligent enough to make decisions to protect their animals, so therefore I can unalive them and I don't care about their suffering. Why should you only exclude a certain species
All right.
like humans
I'm
from?
gonna chase a rabbit real quick. Suffering, a good hunter does not make the animal suffer.
But you can't help that sometimes, right? Like you're not always a perfect shot. A lot of times the
Once
deer that you
again,
take
that is a
into the
special
woods for
case.
long, like, it's not a special case. I've been
It,
on many hunts, and the vast majority of hunts do not unalive that animal, whether it be a deer hunt or a large animal or even smaller animals like birds. Very often these animals are not quickly unalived, and it takes
then
either
you hunt with
knocking
the
their
wrong
head
people,
or
dude. Them people don't
another.
need to be hunting. One
It
for
doesn't matter.
birds.
It doesn't
For
matter. It
birds,
doesn't. It
birds
doesn't
are.
matter. It doesn't matter.
It does
It
matter.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is their capacity for suffering and the fact that it is an unnecessary act on the hunter's part. That is the only thing that matters in making the moral decision to not partake in something, that is causing unnecessary suffering.
9 times out of 10, it is not unnecessary suffering.
It is, yeah. And Brady, I appreciate the discussion, but I feel like we're kind of at a crossroads, and you've chosen to go one way, and I've chosen, to continue on the path of logic. And I feel like we're not really going to have much of a
All right,
debate.
now you're going to kick me off and say the last words that have no logic. Because this is
No,
how it
you
works.
can say some last words. Like, what is your final argument for why you think hunting is not, or why you think hunting is conservation? Like, so far, your only
Because it
argument has been
preserves the
population
species.
control.
That is what conservation is. It preserves. That's what the word conservation means. It preserves.
Yeah. So why is hunting the act of unaliving and harming animals in correlation to conservation in any way? Like you have yet to explain that in a coherent manner.
I don't really think that matters as long as the species is still alive.
But we could say that if we banned all hunting, these species would be alive. Like, the fact that the fact
I just saw a
listen,
comment
listen,
said I
Brady,
didn't
listen,
provide
Brady.
any evidence. www.deer.
Let's not worry about the comments, Brady. Like
No, they brought up a good point. I want to give evidence, okay?
Okay.
Deerfriendly.com, a Wall Street Journal
Yeah,
article. Okay,
Did
let's
you just
not
say
use that. Let's
deer?
not use
Did you
that.
just say
Let's
deer?
go to Mississippi Department of Wildlife.
Okay, another biased source.
How was that a biased source?
The Department of Wildlife. What do you think they're doing? They're regulating hunting so that their funding comes from hunters. Why would they say something that would be negative towards hunting? Right? Like that's silly, right?
Okay, what source do you want me to use?
Any scientific evidence that's peer reviewed, published in a scientific journal would be great. If you go to bentheveganfarmer.com/references or/links, you can find my entire document of all the scientific evidence that I have for my position on why hunting is not conservation and why it's detrimental to our ecosystems and why it's also immoral. So, we're looking for scientific evidence. We're not looking for like opinion articles published by the
See,
Department.
but you're telling me not to go for a biased article, but you just told me to go to bentheveganfarmer.com.
Right. So to where you can look at all the scientific sources that I'm citing. Like
All right. What about the Department of Ecosystem Science and Management from Penn State?
that sounds a little better. That sounds a little better.
Okay. It says right here.
What's the name of the study?
Let me look. I just typed it in. It says Lesson 3, the Deer Population Cycle Extension and Outreach.
Deer Population Extension Outreach, ecosystems.psu.edu from September 12th. Yep, Department of Agricultural Sciences. So we are getting into agricultural department, so that does kind of start to lean a little biased. But we'll see what we come up with here.
You there yet?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I'm reading through it right now.
Yeah.
Yep, so core concepts, carrying capacity, population dynamics, human influences, and ecosystem impacts. A lot of talk about habitat destruction and other human activities like urbanization impacting populations. Let's see, activities, case studies to evaluate the consequences of deer overpopulation and possible solutions, management strategies, habitat management. That's the most ethical one. Education and public awareness to minimize human deer conflicts. And then it says regulated hunting. But I don't see any sources for, they have a data table and reference PA Game Commission. And that link's not accessible. Yeah, so this wouldn't be considered a scientific study. This would be considered like an article published by the Agricultural Sciences Department. Let's see what it says. 80% of the mature buck present at the start of the year. So they're saying that 80% of the mature bucks need to be taken each year to sustain the population not becoming overpopulated.
Because when you have one big buck, and you say you're a hunter, so you should know this. When you
No,
have
former hunter.
former hunter. Well, I'm going to educate if you haven't already. All right.
I can't wait.
I bet. When you're in a lane and you have one massive buck and you have a couple smaller ones, when rut hits, the bucks want to get down and dirty with some does. They're going to push all them smaller bucks out, and over half the time, the plot is where the food is. So not only are those bigger bucks not allowing the smaller bucks to share their seed and spread genes and increase the population, they're also causing them not to eat. Do you get what I'm saying?
So let's kind of go back a little bit and let's try to refine like your argument for why hunting is conservation. So because we've kind of talked about hunting as a means of increasing population, but now it sounds like you're talking about it as a means to like decrease and manage the population. So in your view, like hunting as a form of conservation, is the intention to reduce populations or is it to increase populations, or is it somewhere in the middle? Like what? How is hunting conservation if you're focused on population control?
Because you're giving the majority of the deer a better means to survive. If I take out one deer and it gives 5 deer the better chance to survive, I'm going to do that because it only makes sense that the majority have a better chance to survive than one person or one deer.
But what if the carrying capacity in your area is high enough for them to all thrive and be fine?
The carrying capacity, I don't understand. What are you talking about?
So the carrying capacity is the limit for any species in their ecosystem to be able to get to a certain level. Carry capacity would say, like for deer, it would be the amount of vegetation during a certain season that they have access to. That could be like from food plots, like hunters like to make for deer. That could also be like pasture land that's unused over the winter. It could be like deforested areas with the new sprouts coming up from the stumps. Carrying capacity is basically the ability for an animal to get to a certain population within inside an ecosystem, right? So the carrying capacity would be the maximum amount of animals that could be in that area.
Okay, so what were you saying about carrying capacity then?
Yeah, so I think, if we care about increasing the deer populations, we could, focus on carrying capacity, increasing the carrying capacity. If we care about reducing the number of deer, we can focus on reducing the carrying capacity for these areas. And over time, these species will adapt. Now, we also need to look at things like the predator to prey ratios in certain areas and where appropriate in rural areas where there'd be less predator conflicts with humans. So that's also something we need to look into for true conservation. But again, like hunting,
Like what are you talking about?
disrupts.
Like high fence and stuff like that? You think that's a viable solution to species preservation?
Say it again.
Like you think, like, do you think that high fence would be a viable solution to conservation for a species?
High fence being like compounds where they're breeding animals for hunters.
No, like we just call it that. So like high fence, like you put a fence up with a certain area where you have the prey, and then on the other side there's coyotes, wolves, stuff like that. Do you think that that is a viable replacement for hunting to control the population instead of not?
No, I don't. Like I've mentioned, like hunting is unnecessary and it disrupts these ecosystems. Whereas like a proper predator to prey ratio, like say with coyotes now being the primary kind of apex predator in the eastern United States, there's also mountain lions in the west. We have wolves, like we have bears, which are technically apex as well as detritivores. We have meso predators like fox, bobcats could also be considered apex predators in some ecosystems. If we have healthy populations of these animals, which currently hunters enjoy hunting these animals in most of the United States, we don't have protections on these predators. We're causing disruptions in these predator to prey dynamics, right? So if we care about conservation, if we care about protecting wildlife, we shouldn't be exploiting wildlife for hunters, right? Like that's contradictory. Do you see like where I'm coming from, like just based
I,
on like the definitions?
I don't, but I don't think me or you is going to change our minds. I do have one thing to say. 2 guests ago, you did say you believe in high fence, and you just told me you didn't.
I don't know what you mean by high fence. Like high fencing can be a way to like
Like
protect.
two guests ago, you literally told him that high fencing was an option, and now
But
you.
like, but you were phrasing this like that. I was saying high fencing would help with like wild prey. Like, can you restate what you think my position is? Because I never said it was about prey. It was about
No,
protecting agriculture.
but you did because 2 guests ago, the guy was bringing up how coyote would come and kill the cattle on the ranch. Do you remember that? And
Yeah.
then he said, "Well, do you think high fence would be a better option?" And you said, "Absolutely." And then the guy went on to say about the cost. Well, and then you just said, "Well, it doesn't have to be high fence. Just put big old piles of waste and stuff like that, and you'll be fine."
Yeah,
But
so Brady, you said prey, and like typically livestock aren't considered
prey
prey.
is definitely cattle. Cattle is definitely a prey.
Okay, well, I guess I've never heard of a rancher consider, their livestock prey.
What?
Since
Okay.
they're literally
Have a
like
good day, dude.
livestock. That was weird, Brady. That was a weird way to end your discussion with me. All right, let's see who we've got. Hexen, interesting logo here. Got to be 18, so only 18-year-olds or above in the box. Hey, Hexen, how's it going?
How's it going?
Pretty good. You 18 or older?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Good stuff. All right. Why do you think that hunting should be considered conservation?
I mean, I don't really see when you say conservation, can you give me a definition, please?
Yeah, I'd actually like to hear your definition as well, because when I say conservation, I'm talking about the protection and conserving of land resources, including animals and wildlife. So that includes like land, water, air protection, and other natural resources like forests, as well as a perspective on overall biodiversity and all of the individual like species that exist in that ecosystem. So my definition of conservation is very broad. So what would you consider conservation being in this
My
context?
definition wouldn't matter. I mean, we're going to be operating off of your definition. That's what we're here to talk about. So, to go into what you say, I guess I'll state my first premise to be herd management.
Okay. So how long have you been listening? Because that's been literally the only argument we've had so far.
Well, herd management is a classic, so I think it's going to be sufficient enough for the argument.
Okay. So do you also believe in culling of cats or dogs when they become overpopulated in areas
Sure.
through means of hunting?
Sure.
So if you had the option of calling animal control and them coming and picking the dog up, taking it and trying to find it a home, and if not, they euthanize it. If you had that choice versus going out and just unaliving the dog yourself, you would choose to go out and unalive the dog yourself?
I mean, if it gets unalived anyway, what does it matter?
Okay. So probably not going to have a good discussion with you because you do not even respect the rights of dogs. Like that's kind of ridiculous, man. I don't really want to talk to somebody who's supporting the hunting of dogs just because you're trying to be logically consistent. So no thanks.
Hello from Alaska.
Hey, wow, welcome. I bet
Yeah,
it's cold.
how's it going, man?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Not too shabby. Oh, sorry, the dogs are barking a little bit. So, what do you tell the Inuits that live well outside of the bounds of what you may or may not be used to in lower America? Let me give you the example. My wife is 100% Native Alaskan Inuit. She remembers meeting her great-grandmother, so that would put great-grandma back, back in the mid-1800s, probably being alive. These people have lived and solely survived on the Arctic and in the interior of Alaska, Canada, and Siberia off of fish and hunting caribou and animal skins to keep warm. What do we tell those people this day and age?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends on the context. But I mean, I'm here speaking with you. We're using smartphones on an internet connection, which makes me think you at least have like satellite internet, probably luxuries. Maybe you have electricity or other conveniences. So, I wouldn't go to these villages and say, hey, you're wrong for consuming animals because have this choice to fly, 2 hours south, or something like that. Like, obviously, I'm not doing that. I'm here on TikTok, talking to hunters who are out doing it for
You
sport.
realize the cost of that, correct?
The cost of what?
Of flying 2 hours south or having goods flown into these places. I mean, certainly you've seen the videos where milk is $15 a gallon. Staples are just through the roof.
That's why I'm not flying into these areas and arguing, this position. Like I'm here speaking with you on an internet connection. Do you go to the grocery store?
Rarely.
Okay. So when you go to the grocery store, like what kind of products are you picking? Are you picking, standard American diet kind of stuff, meat, potatoes, stuff like that?
Potatoes? No. 100% meat is harvested. Fish and meat's harvested from the land. Salmon, caribou, and moose. Some vegetable staples and spices and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I said, like it all depends on context, I think. And, you know, a vegan position would be trying to do the best you can with your context, as far as minimizing or completely eliminating the use and exploitation of animals.
So
I know
basically,
people,
you would tell these people you should go. I should go tell my wife in her village.
I know people in Alaska who are vegan. Obviously, these people are getting some amount of their food from the grocery stores, as I'm sure you do. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and talk about the, you know, remote cultures that are, you know, reliant on the use of animals in these very, very remote places, when I'm sitting here speaking with you, you know, about the topic of hunting as conservation. Most of the hunters we're speaking with today are not subsistent hunters. So it doesn't sound like you are either. Perhaps you get extra, you know, animal flesh to put in your freezer, you know, but you still probably have the option. If you can go to the store and buy potatoes and rice and beans, you have the option to, you know, live a plant-based lifestyle. So you're choosing not to.
Okay, I gotcha. Can I go to another point here real quick?
Sure, please.
Okay, so the Mulchatna caribou herd is on the western side of Cook Inlet, on the western side of the Alaska Range. In the mid-90s, the herd rivaled 250,000 animals. It was really an unbelievable sight to see. Foot and mouth disease affected that herd, and it has since dropped down to sub 12,000 animals. I fly this area frequently, and so do friends. The amount of predators over there that we see from the airplanes is borderline jaw dropping. So we know and climate change hasn't helped. I'm not totally anti-scientific. I totally believe in climate change and all that fun stuff. So that's played into fact too. But foot and mouth drastically dropped the population herd from 250 down to 12,000. Climate change helps. It's almost described as the biologists that are in our area that have PhDs in the subject as a predator pit. Now, in the effort of conservation, we know the declining population is likely to continue to decline because climate change is moving their feet around. So in an effort to try to keep that herd there and some of that herd, what would you do? There's been studies in Alaska, and you can put it in the Glen Allen area, where they collared, I think it was 7 brown bears, and for 30 days. And at the end of the 30 days, they gathered the data, and those 7 brown bears had killed somewhere around 230 caribou calves, which, okay, that's a lot, but what it translates to is about a calf a day is what those animals kill. And they don't kill the sick. I live here. I see this. Have you spent a lot of time in the backcountry?
I've never been to Alaska. I've been to British Columbia. I grew up in the country.
How much time have you spent in the backcountry?
I mean, I grew up in the middle of a 400-acre, actually thousands of acres of timber industry here in South Carolina.
South Carolina has positively no backcountry. None. There's very little. There's very little in Lower America. So what would you do? What would your conservation plan be for the Mulchatna caribou herd?
Yeah, so I'm just looking up foot and mouth disease. I wasn't familiar with that in caribou, but I recently did a lot of studying for a radio debate in British Columbia that I did. And I know caribou is a very sensitive topic in Canada, as well as there in Alaska. So I am well aware of the issues, but the primary impacts on caribou populations are not from disease or predation or hunting. It's actually from land management changes or land use changes, from deforestation, as well as
there's no forests. There's no timber in northern Alaska. It's the tundra. They eat lichen. There's not a tree to be found for thousands of miles, my man.
What do lichen grow on, sir?
They grow from the ground.
Lichen?
I seriously? Have you didn't know that the tundra is treeless?
I mean, the tundra has some trees.
No, it doesn't. No. Okay, look up the Mulchatna caribou herd of Western Alaska. It had 250,000 animals. It's down to sub 12,000. what do you do with the predators that reside in that area that are just plentiful? I mean, these things are everywhere. You guys make it sound like wolves and bears aren't prevalent. I can find wolves all the way from Colorado now clear to the Arctic Ocean, from the Bering Sea to the Atlantic Ocean, clear across Canada. Alaska's home to over 7,000 wolves to begin with. I can find grizzly bears. There are bears everywhere. I can go in the mountains of Alaska and I can find a grizzly bear on every other mountainside. They're plentiful. Boy, there's a lot. So you have a declining caribou herd, and you have an ample, just a wonderful predator population. What do you do in that situation? There's no habitat loss and change in Western Alaska. There are no communities. The villages that are out there have no more than 300 people each. Lake Iliamna, McGrath, Alaska. I can go down the list.
Keep
Ruby.
going, man. You just cannot stop speaking, can you? You've tried to ask a question 3 times,
Well,
but
because you don't have you don't have a logical answer.
And you don't have patience to actually have a real discussion. If you want to talk about conservation of caribou, I would have been happy to have that discussion with you, but you're clearly just wanting to use my platform to rant about ridiculousness. I'm perfectly willing to, hear more about the issues there in Alaska with caribou, but you're not even giving me an opportunity to speak. You're not interested in a sincere dialogue here. And yeah, I mean, there are tons of different ways of helping the caribou population. If indeed there are predator to prey ratios that are an issue, where there's tons more predators like grizzly bears or wolves, etc., impacting the populations of these animals, we can do things like sterilization. There are not enough hunters that are willing to go out and do all of this hunting if there's that severe of a predator issue. Again, we have options. Not only do we have sterilization options that can be remotely administered through feed, as well as through tranquilization. So, you could have these hunters that are so willing to go out and help with conservation, go out and tranquilize animals and administer immuno sterilization methods. We also have remote methods where we can, inject the sterilization options into feed for these animals. So there's various means of doing this. Not to mention the carrying capacity, improving the carrying capacity for the caribou in some way. You mentioned there's no forest. That's absolutely insane. I mean, I have seen Alaska, maybe in the very, very remote tundra, but I don't think the caribou are hanging out in areas where there's no trees. Maybe I need to do more research, though. I'm happy to do that. But you didn't really sound like you were willing to have a discussion. You also brought up the foot and mouth disease, which is very similar, from my understanding, just in quickly reviewing it, to the CWD, so chronic wasting disease, as far as its transmissibility from the saliva, mucus, feces, and milk from infected animals. So encouraging hunters to go out and, unalive caribou that are showing signs of this disease would only perpetuate the issue. So that's not really a valid means. We also have studies showing that diseases like this that do spread from prey animals to other prey animals are actually reduced best through a healthy predator to prey dynamic and ratio. So yeah, we should be focusing on healthy ecosystems, not on how hunters can exploit these ecosystems. So I'll do some more research on the Arctic and subarctic conditions. I mean, that's an awesome place. I'm sure it's beautiful there, but trying to first justify your use of animals, because there are some people who are in cultures where they can't have a plant-based option when you clearly can, is just really fallacious, and that's an appeal to culture fallacy. So yeah, we're not going to be platforming that ridiculousness. So. All right, Wicked Sticks. Let's see if you can connect up for us. Hopefully you're 18 or older. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm just going to make one point. First off, you want to debate, but you don't want to listen to anybody that actually has factual statements. So you're a fucking idiot. Take your viewpoints on back to all the other vegans out there. Have a good day.
So many triggered hunters don't actually want to have a discussion. Let's see if Stevie wants to have a discussion. Steve.
Good evening. How you doing?
Doing good, sir. How are you?
Good. I just want to talk a little bit about conservation with hunters, right? Hunters play a
Okay.
huge role in
How so?
conservation. A lot of ways. So one, through all of my hunting licenses, my duck stamps, all of that goes back to the states to help
Funding.
support
Okay.
conservation.
Okay.
All of
Heard
my
it.
hunting gear that I buy is
Yep.
all
Funding.
tax that
Funding.
goes back to
Yep.
conservation.
Pittman
The
Robertson.
the organizations that I belong to, such as Ducks Unlimited, Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, purchase land that's not even allowed to be hunted on to conserve life for future species.
Okay. I'm
Right?
well aware of these arguments. So, do you want to discuss funding and how hunting funds certain conservation? Is that what you'd like to start with?
No, I just think it goes. We can start wherever you would like, but it.
Yeah, I just want to, Stevie. I just want to be careful, like with making too many arguments up front and then not being able to adapt, a single one. So, do you think the funding is your best argument for why you think hunting is should be considered conservation?
I think the funding, along with the organizations that we support for
Okay.
conservation.
But yeah, those would be considered funders, right? Like you have non-governmental organizations like Ducks Unlimited, as well as other hunting-related organizations who do fund certain wildlife rehabilitation and some conservation projects. But when we actually look at funding, it sounds like perhaps you're in the United States, but for most of North America, the conservation models for funding are pretty similar. Over 90% of conservation funding comes from non-hunting sources, so that's from taxpayers. And again, like conservation, when I'm speaking about conservation, is a broad term that encompasses land, water, sea, like air, as well as wild animals in the entire ecosystem. So, when we're talking about funding for conservation, we need to look at a broader scope. Right. And in the US, we look at like the United States Department of Agriculture in 2023. They allocated $6 billion through the Farm Bill for conservation specific practices for encouraging farmers to, have better land management practices, to not, cultivate certain areas that should be protected, as well as investment in wildlife rehabilitation on some farms. Like I'm working with the USDA right now on some establishing bat boxes, bluebird boxes, pollinator gardens, things like this. So $6 billion from the USDA. The same year, the Pittman-Robertson Act, which is what you were referencing, the 11% tax on hunting apparel, that was less than $1 billion, right? So even the hunting licenses and fees are way less than $6 billion, like way less. And again, like those fundings through the Pittman-Robertson Act, there's like one other taxation act as well that is focused on hunting, as well as the licensing and fees that hunters pay. Those go towards land management practices for more hunting, as well as for regulation of that hunting practice, right? So it's not really a broad investment in conservation, like protecting the soil, the water and the ecosystems. It's an investment in protecting hunting interest, right? So that's why I don't consider, the hunters being a major funder, because not only do they contribute less than 10% of our overall funding in the United States, but they're also funding practices that are perpetuating their exploitative consumptive practices.
However, when we're talking about hunting, we're talking about harvesting animals, right?
Yeah.
And what you're including in those, I forget how many billions you said comes from the taxpayers, you're including things that aren't related to hunting.
But
Like
that's what I'm
bat boxes
saying.
and
Can you,
pollinators, that all could be, certainly we need more bees and things like that, but you're including that and saying, oh, we're having all of this. So you're trying to take the larger argument of conservation, including air and water and
yeah,
insects, right? And then
yeah. But
saying, well,
Stevie,
hunters aren't
can I
conservation.
ask you? Can I ask you though, Stevie? Like when you're talking about conservation, what do you mean? Because many hunters want to focus on, hunting, right? They want to focus on wildlife management, which is over 90% focused on hunting interest, right? So that's not conservation. Like that's managing wildlife so that hunters can exploit, that species, right? So why would we not talk about the broader conservation? When I'm literally saying conservation, right? Like I'm not saying wildlife management. Hunting is not wildlife management. That would be ridiculous because it can be management practice, right?
But you
I would say
preface
it's
that with what?
it's an unethical management practice, but I'm saying conservation, and that's what everybody's coming up here to argue is conservation, right? So tell me, what is your operating definition of conservation?
Well, maybe you should change that because you prefaced it with hunting. If your conversation is only about conservation, then maybe that should be your argumentative statement. Not
No, like
hunting is
I'm not
not
sure. I'm not
conservation.
sure. Like what's more unclear? Like I don't understand what's unclear about hunting is not conservation, right? So conservation, again, by my definition, is the protection and conserving of wild resources, including wild animals and ecosystems, right? So
I would not include ecosystems. If your argument is hunting is not conservation, then we're talking about hunting in the harvesting of animals. So from that perspective, the hunters play a huge role in conservation of the species being hunted. Last time I checked, I don't know anybody that hunts bats or bees.
So how can unaliving an animal protect that animal? Can you explain that?
Say that one more time, please.
How can the unaliving or harming of animals like deer or other animals, other game species, how could that harming of the animal, the unaliving of the animal, benefit that animal and their species?
Well, quite simply, we're not taking all of the animals, and a lot of the money goes back into making sure that they're sustainable. That's why we have bag limits. That's why we have areas that aren't allowed to be hunted. Right? We're conserving those lives so future generations can hunt those species.
But again, that's not like the definition of conservation that I'm operating on. So like, what is your definition of conservation?
Creating sustainable life of the species we hunt.
But again, like that excludes land, that excludes soil conservation, that excludes environmental issues, that excludes all biodiversity. You're solely focused on hunting and what you can exploit from that ecosystem, right? And conservation, if we look at the history of conservation in North America, we can see that the conservation movement started because of industries as well as hunting and trapping over exploiting our wildlife, right? So the conservation movement came in to prevent, hunters from overdoing it, right? So, it's not that hunters are helping. Conservation is preventing hunters from destroying ecosystems, right?
Yeah, but you're comparing past practices, right? The area I live in, we used to be rich in elk and there's not one left, right? There used to be wolves in the area I live in and there's not one left. And that was a result from poor conservation and things of overhunting and exploiting. Today, we've learned from that. Hunters today aren't exploiting the resources.
So define exploiting then. Like, I don't think you can take the life of an animal without it being exploitation, right? Like that's a really weird claim, Stevie.
How is that a weird claim?
You're saying the taking of an animal's life for your benefit is not exploitation. That's literally the definition of exploitation.
It's not, because at the same time, we're protecting that species, right?
Define exploitation then, please.
I think exploitation would be that I would be harming the species.
Why? I'm talking about you're exploiting an individual, right? Like you're not going out and like doing some direct thing that's benefiting the entire species, right? And I've already demonstrated with multiple guests before you that you're not having this benefit on the ecosystems, right? Like you're not having this benefit on the species. You're actively harming the species by hunting, right? And that is exploitation. You are taking the life of an animal so that you can use it, right? That is exploitation, right?
I am not exploiting the species.
I don't even know what
you're trying to say that if I harvest one deer, that I've exploited the entire species of deer. That's not true.
I'm saying that is exploitation, Stevie. Like I feel like this is such a ridiculous argument. You're like literally misunderstanding definitions, and like I understand why you would do this because it's in a very uncomfortable position for you because I've already demonstrated multiple times that hunting is not conservation and it is the use of wild resources, whereas conservation is protecting those resources, so it's in contradiction. And you're sitting here arguing about whether taking an animal's life is exploitation or not. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. So if you'd like to try to form a coherent argument, I'll give you one more chance. I appreciate you coming up and being respectful. But what is your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
Well, there's a lot of other reasons why. I've given you the first two about the money we put into the conservation.
And I already
But
did
however, to talk about your exploitation, if I harvest an animal and that animal is ill and can harm the rest of the species, am I exploiting the species or am I helping the species? The same with
there are studies showing that this argument, like talking about chronic wasting disease, hunting and hunting behaviors can increase the impact of these diseases in ecosystems, right? Whereas predators, right, like coyotes, mountain lions, wolves, bears, they can have a benefit to decreasing the transmission of these diseases, right? So if we care about these species and them not having diseases, we need to be having a focus on proper predator to prey ratios, not on hunting as exploiters or going out and spreading all this bodily fluid everywhere from when you unalive an animal and drag it through the woods. You know, you're spreading this disease when you do these things. Whereas a predator is going to down it and consume that animal right then and there for the most part. And they're also going to process a lot of the disease spreading potential, like the prions in chronic wasting disease, a lot better than humans would do. So, you know, this is the third kind of argument that you've presented where I've shown you that it's not the argument that you think it is.
No, so if I harvest my deer and sit right there and eat it, you're okay with it?
No, I'm not okay with it. I still think
that kind of nullifies that entire argument that you just made. That if a predator does it, he eats it right there, so it's better, and then that's okay.
Why does it nullify it? You use some logic and explain to me why it nullifies.
Are we not predators?
No, we are not.
We're not predators.
We are not.
Then how about this? Why don't you define what a predator is for me?
Yeah, so a predator is a species of animal that has adapted and evolved to predate on animals, right? And humans have not. Humans are adapted as primary herbivores.
What characteristics do all predators have?
Yeah, so all predators have short intestines where they do not have long intestines like herbivores or primary herbivores do, such as ourselves. Carnivores also have claws or teeth for unaliving animals. We don't have either of those. We have teeth very much similar to great apes and other herbivores. Our eyesight is also similar to other herbivores that have to pick out colors rather than just movement. Our jaws are completely different. The muscle structure in our jaws. There's so many reasons that humans are not predators, and it's absolutely ridiculous that you would come up here. And I just want to preemptively tell you,
humans aren't predators. I think you need to go back to school and learn all.
Getting into the realm of conspiracy theories, and I do not platform conspiracy theories. If you want to come up here and talk about humans, how humans are carnivores, with zero evidence and all of the evidence against you, I'm not going to be platforming you and letting you speak up here. So I'll give you one more chance. You can come off of mute and you can try to give me one more argument for why hunting should be considered conservation. All right, you've got a few more seconds to find the mute button and come off of mute. All right, yep, I dropped them. All right, let's see. We got quite a few in the guests here. I think Boots has been waiting for a while. Let's see what Boots is up, what he's got going on besides working on his old looking car here. Boots, come on up, Boots. Doesn't look like it's loading you. I know you've been here for a while, so I feel bad. I'll give it a second and see if you load up. All right, I don't think it's gonna let you up, Boots. I'm gonna kick you, and feel free to add back in, and I'll try to prioritize you. Let's see. Got to clean up the queue here a little bit. Some repeaters here. Let's see. Interesting logo here. I feel like you're probably going to be one that won't be able to platform for long, depending on what you have to say. Welcome, Roper. What's your best argument for why hunting is or should be considered conservation? Roper? I can hear you. You're in a live right now. All right. Please make sure that if you're in the request, you are 18 or older, and that you've got a good argument for why you think hunting should be considered conservation. Get the next guest loaded up. Hey, El Diablo, how's it going?
Doing all right.
Cool.
You want to know my age?
Yes, please.
All right. I'm 30 years old, born in 94.
Cool. All right, good stuff. What is your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
Well, one of them in particular is a certain overpopulation for certain animals. Two of which I know in particular, which I'm in the South. And the two animals are wild boar and coyotes. And coyotes are considered a pest, and they are, from where I'm at, we're in the state that I'm in, it's year-round hunting. It's year-round open to shoot for them.
Yeah.
And same goes for wild boar. Coyotes do tend to hurt people's livestock, other people's pets, and they have had a case where they've actually attacked children. And wild boar, they're very territorial. For starters, they also rut up the ground, destroy a little bit of the environment around it, so that way they can get into like the grub bugs, the little things that look like little larvae.
Yeah, I'm pretty well aware of this argument, El Diablo. So it sounds like your argument is that hunting is a form of conservation because it can help with overpopulation. Is that a good representation of your argument?
That's one of them, yes.
Okay, so let's go one by one. So we'll talk about overpopulation. So would you support the culling of dogs or cats through hunting if we do have the option to have like animal control come in, try to find homes for those animals, or euthanize them if there are too many animals in a certain area to be adopted out? Would you choose hunting over that more humane option with animal control?
All right, can I actually answer that one with a actual pretty solid answer with this one?
I'd love for you to, yeah.
All right. I don't know if you are familiar with a HART or what's the other one? ASPCA, for example. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you looked into them. They done mass euthanization, and they sometimes even put them in gas chambers and started killing them that way. So I don't know how to really properly answer that one. Okay,
so I'll rephrase it again and forget about the gas chambers. Forget about, this is a very simple, A or B. A is you go out and you spend your time, hunting cats and dogs, or you call animal control and they come out and they do their best to try to find these cats and dogs, proper owners, and they do the best that they can. Are you going to choose to go out and unalive these cats and dogs yourself?
But what's the purpose for it?
Because they're overpopulated.
We do it anyway. We do it now. That's the problem.
So you're telling me you and your friends go out and you unalive cats and dogs because they're overpopulated?
I'm not saying me. I'm saying there's actual groups that do that. HART and ASPCA, for example. They do that stuff. So there's even one where they did they started taking homeless people's dogs from them and actually.
So El Diablo, you're kind of evading my question, man. It feels a little insincere. It's really simple. You either choose to go out and you hunt and unalive these cats and dogs.
It's more of a loaded question. That's more of a loaded question, if you ask me. It's not specific about it.
It's a hypothetical question. It's a hypothetical question to check your morality and your moral consistency.
A hypothetical is a loaded question.
So you don't want to engage with a hypothetical?
I will not engage with those because I've never done those kind of things.
Okay. Well, we'll move on since you don't sincerely want to have a discussion. Hypotheticals are critical for testing our moral consistency. So if you're not willing to engage in a hypothetical, it's a little pointless to be discussing. Let's see. Ethan with the big dead fish in his profile. What's up, Ethan?
What's up, man?
Not much. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So what is your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
I really not define conservation for me. I'm not as smart as most people.
Yeah, so when I speak about conservation, I am speaking about broadly the focus on land, water, soil, as well as ecosystems, including all of the animal inhabitants of that ecosystem.
Right.
So that is the protection and preservation and conserving of those resources and animals and ecosystems.
Well, I was going to piggyback off of what you were saying about the cats and dogs.
Okay.
It was your question, would you be willing to go out and kill cats and dogs? Was that your question?
Yeah, so the hypothetical was like, if you have the option between choice A being you go out and you unalive these cats and dogs because they're strays and they're overpopulating and they're impacting the ecosystem, maybe they're even harassing neighbors and things like that, right? So you could go out and you could hunt them and you have to unalive these cats and dogs yourself, or you can have animal control come and help you obtain these animals and try to ethically handle the situation without lethal force immediately. Would you choose A, unaliving those animals, or B, trying to help those animals find homes and get to live out their lives?
Honest answer, I would go with A. I would go get a permit to,
Why?
Well, for the same reason that, the guy was talking about with hogs and coyotes. I mean, if dogs and cats are causing such a problem to farmers or the safety and well-being of others, I really don't see a line there. I mean, whether it's a rabbit or a wolf, if it's doing mass crop damage.
I just want to go ahead and say, though, Ethan, it doesn't sound like we're really going to have a productive conversation if you don't value cats and dogs enough to choose an ethical option.
I do value them.
But you just said, Ethan, you just said that rather than working with humane societies or animal control to allow these cats and dogs to potentially live out the rest of their lives, rather than doing that ethical option, you would choose to go and violently unalive these animals. So, unless you're willing to change that position or clarify why you think violence against these animals when you have the option to choose the ethical option would be justified, I probably won't be able to have a conversation with you.
Well, I mean, we can have a conversation, but a part of that conversation is not just getting rid of somebody because you disagree with them. My question would be:
are showing me that you don't value a dog or a cat's life. So you're
I do. I've got a dog. I've got dogs and a cat.
Why would you not work with the Humane Society or the Animal Control to find these animals homes? The first thing you want to do is go violently unalive them.
No, it's not the first thing I want to do.
That's literally.
But my question to you is how do you turn a feral hog or a coyote into a humane animal? It has done nothing but kill its whole life or destroy its whole life, so it's got that taste in its mouth.
Ethan, this is an absolutely bad faith discussion that we're having so far. You came in and you wanted to answer the hypothetical, and you chose the worst answer. Showing
that's your opinion.
But you've already proven to me that you don't value a cat or a dog's life enough for you to not just immediately go and unalive them, rather than helping them try to find a home. Right, so we're not going to go anywhere in this discussion if you don't even grant a dog a basic respect enough to be like, hey, I don't want to harm you, I want to help you.
I do, but you're mixing up a dog and a cat and a hog and a coyote.
Why did you choose to hunt them then?
Well, in your hypothetical, these animals were a danger to crops, people, and everything else.
Option. Ethan, you had another option, right? It was not just go and harm them or let them disturb your neighbors. It was you go and harm them, or you get somebody else to humanely handle the issue. And you chose the harmful one. Right?
Yeah, in your hypothetical, if they were a danger to our ecosystem and they were doing what hogs and coyotes are doing.
Yeah, I can't talk to you, Ethan. I'm sorry, man. That's absolutely ridiculous. You had the option to literally help them find homes, and you chose to unalive other dogs and cats. that's absolutely ridiculous. You bit the bullet on that hypothetical, trying to be morally consistent, if you can even consider it moral consistency. I think that's just like absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I mean that's a easy litmus test for a bad faith discussion. So let's see. There's a few people that have been in here for a minute, so we'll get Megan or Megan. Tell me how to say your name so I don't mispronounce it. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, can you hear me there?
Hey, yeah, is it Megan or Megan?
Megan.
Megan. Cool. Welcome, Megan. What is your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
So I actually, for the most part, I mostly agree with you. I just had like a couple points I wanted to bring up just because I'm curious about your opinion there.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think that for the most part, a lot of people just like to kind of clear their conscience, right, and say like, oh, it's conservation, so it's not bad. I think there are definitely aspects that can be valuable, just because of the way that funding is right now in the conservation field. So like, for example, a lot of the data, I don't know where you live, I live in Canada, but a lot of the data gathered on like moose populations, for example, is actually from hunters. They're required to send in tooth samples, and then that can give us information on like age structure in populations. So I think like we definitely need to restructure our funding so we're not so reliant on that. The other thing I was curious about would be like, what is your opinion on management of like invasive species? Like fish in the Great Lakes are like a really big one here.
Yeah, for sure. So we can start with the funding and data aggregation, right? So like, I think that's probably the strongest argument, that I've ever heard. So I appreciate you bringing that up. I am aware that, hunting does play a pretty critical role in keeping track of certain species. But typically that has a focus on hunting interests, right? Typically hunters are doing this research in order to continue to manage these species for continued hunter exploitation, which actually drains a lot of funding from conservation programs. Whereas if we focus on broad conservation and looking at a larger ecosystem perspective, looking at carrying capacity in ecosystems, looking at predator-prey ratios, rather than just like focusing on a game species and saying like, oh, we need to hit this, population size and, manage the tag system so that hunters can continue to exploit. I do really think that we need to look at a broader perspective on that. And I do agree with the funding kind of concerns, but we already do see that the vast majority, over 90% of, at least here in the US, and when I research Canada, it's fairly similar. The vast majority, over 90% of funding comes from non-hunting sources, meaning taxpayers typically and the government. So, we're not really reliant on hunting for funding true conservation, like broad conservation. Most of the hunting fees and licensing and taxation, especially here in the US, but also in Canada, goes towards managing land and regulating hunting. So it's kind of like, this argument about funding or like hunters' impact as far as, funding is really specific on like wildlife management for hunting interests, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's a big concern that I would have in the like funding concern. But for data aggregation, I do think there's a huge gap there that we need to fill. But I do think that as we see societal shift towards more like compassionate caring for wildlife rather than like what we can exploit for wildlife, we'll have more people that are interested in, like gathering this data, right? Like citizen scientists, who are going out and maybe taking pictures or just interested in naturalism, and learning about plants and animals that would be willing to contribute, to data collection through humane ways that would be non-lethal, right? So I think that there are ways to address both of those, and we're already seeing funding being addressed. And I think the data aggregation, especially with new emerging technology like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, drone surveillance, there's all sorts of ways to improve data aggregation. So I don't think that's a huge issue.
Absolutely, for sure. I guess the other issue with that also would be like, specifically if you're looking at data aggregation through hunted animals, like there's going to be a bias there, right? People don't tend to hunt like female moose and stuff like that. But yeah, what do you think about citizen science for like fishing then?
Yeah, I mean, think fishing is also inhumane. I don't really agree that, people should be hooking animals in the face and pulling them out, and, them suffocating just to like tag them or, do sample counts. Again, we have, really modern technology such as LiDAR. We also have like drones, underwater drones, submersible drones, for data aggregation. So I think, as we continue to improve our technology, we can also continue to make more ethical and compassionate choices for data aggregation.
For sure. I guess another thing would be if we're looking at like tracking invasive species, let's just say fish again, for example. Obviously, we're not going to do catch and release for monitoring invasive species, right? Because that's kind of not helping the problem. We're just going to do, I can't remember the exact phrasing, but you capture them and then you capture another lot and another lot and another lot. And as the numbers go down and down, you can kind of extrapolate from there the total population, right?
Yeah.
So do you think that's like humane?
As far as like hunting these species or like trapping?
No, like scientists going in and for managing populations, or not even necessarily managing, but monitoring populations, doing not necessarily mark recapture, but like diminishing returns basically of their recapturing.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of these programs can work. I've seen scientific evidence of capture and like sterilization on certain species. Some species, do better with that than others. Like deer don't really do well with capture and release because they have like cardiac issues, from the trauma.
Yeah, anything that gets stressed out easily, for sure.
Right. And so, but we are seeing advancements, in the field of like remote sterilization. We have PZP, I believe, is the name of a newer tech, as well as some like remote administered ones. Some can be administered through like trank darts, remotely, and some of them.
Yeah, if you look at like the Chincoteague horses, they just dart them every single year. Yeah.
Right, and there are some downsides to this. Like some of those like trank and dart options require like multiple doses throughout the year, which would be an issue. But we do have some newer, solutions that are actually even easier to provide and feed. So they're doing this with feral hogs as well as deer in certain populations where they basically give a medicated feed out. And when the deer, consume that feed, that is a sterilization for them for 8 to 12 months, which could have huge impacts, for these issues. But I think the invasive species is a really interesting topic to me, because that was one thing for a long time, even as a vegan, I was kind of like, well, maybe I can justify, this act of like controlling a species for the benefit of the greater ecosystem. But I've read a book recently, it's called The New Wild. And it really changes the perspective that we have on invasive species, because it looks at different contexts for invasive species where it actually provided benefits to ecosystems. And this whole book, through reviewing various ecologists and conservationists' work, kind of comes to the conclusion that through fighting invasive species and treating them as like, adversary rather than a potential ally could actually harm our ecological progress and solutions to the climate crisis, because a lot of these species that are kind of responding to human disturbance or changing climate and changing ecosystems are actually having long-term benefit to the ecosystem. And we've seen this with things like garlic mustard in the United States. Garlic mustard, when it was first introduced in like the 16 and 1700s, kind of started taking over woodlands, and it's allelopathic, so it puts out these chemicals that slow the growth of other trees. And it was a huge concern inside of the conservationist community for plants. But over time, the longer they studied this, when they were looking at it over 50 to 100-year time scale, these populations of garlic mustard kind of hit a peak and then just crashed, right? And they basically disappeared from the forest. And they actually found there were some benefits to the soil over time from the garlic mustard. So I think a lot of times when we, provide more context for the invasive species, like stepping back, looking at a longer time scale, looking at human disturbance like pollution or urbanization, in general habitat changes, as well as climate change, I think there's a lot of like nuance in the invasive species arguments. So I think, taking a more compassionate approach of treating like animals specifically as like individuals and looking for compassionate solutions. Like earlier, I was trying to do the hypothetical where it's like, well, would you treat stray cats and dogs overpopulating the same as like deer, or feral hogs or whatever it may be? And a lot of times that's a speciesist kind of perspective, right? Because we love cats and dogs and we wouldn't want to go out and just violently harm them. But a lot of times people justify doing that violence against certain wildlife because they don't have that same emotional attachment to certain species, right? So I think a lot of that, context around invasive species needs to kind of be reassessed. And we are seeing that in the ecologists, ecology and conservationist communities, like a reassessment of how we view quote unquote invasive or alien species.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Okay, well, that was pretty much all I wanted to ask.
Cool. Well, yeah, I appreciate you coming up. It was great talking to you, Megan.
No worries. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. Thank you. Always good to have nice, respectful discussions. Let's see, only 2 guests left. Can't believe our old buddy didn't stop in for at least a single discussion. Let's see, we've got Ollie here. How is hunting not conservation? Well, I've been at it for a few hours now explaining why hunting's not conservation. But hey, Ollie, how's it going? Ollie? Oh, I can hear you. Okay, Ollie, maybe you're having some audio issues or something.
No, I'm here.
Maybe.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
Okay. I'm not.
So I want to hear something first, if I can say,
Okay.
first of all, you ask all these people what is their definition of conservation. What is yours? So nothing should die ever. Nothing should. I get that too. Like you think we shouldn't be killing people. I get that. But what's your definition of conservation?
Okay. Do you want me to respond, or would you like to make another straw man?
Well, I asked you a question, and you also didn't respond. So it's a super simple question.
Well, Ollie, you asked me a question, and then you said that then you declared that my stance was that conservation was not harming or unaliving any animal.
What I'm saying is your conservation. Oh, you're going to cut me off?
No, I was actually still speaking, and you cut me off, sir. So
well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bud. I don't want to cut you off. I have for some reason, you've done a great job. For 2 hours, I've watched this. I have no idea what you think conservation is.
I'd be happy to tell you. Can I tell you?
I'll listen. Yeah.
Okay. So my definition of conservation is the inclusion of land, soil, water, and air, as well as all of the animals within inside of an ecosystem and all of the diverse, plant and fungi species within it. Conservation is the focus on all of this and conserving and protecting those resources.
So how does hunting hurt? You just said fungi. How does hunting hurt fungi conservation?
The main pain or suffering that's inflicted is on the hunted species, right? Like deer, coyotes, game species of animals that hunters want to exploit. That is the direct harm. But we also have scientific evidence showing that there is ecological and biodiversity harm that comes from regulated hunting. So yes, it does harm even the larger ecosystem.
So if you allow me to talk for a second, I'm a hunter. There are some things I don't agree with. In Montana, there are people that hunt with dogs that chase mountain lions up into the trees, and then we shoot them down. I don't agree with that. I don't like hunting prey animals. Predator animals. I don't like that.
Cool.
But deer, javelina, boars, things like that, do you really... And from your own experience or not, do you really think that they're not overrunning the population? So my question to you is, do you think there should be no death? Like we shouldn't kill any animals? There should be nothing that should be killed, or there are certain things that we can kill.
Ollie, like I appreciate your interest in all of this,
Hey, wait 1 second. I'll listen to you, but you cut everyone off. You cut
You've
every. I
asked
really want
three
to know.
questions. You've asked 3 questions. So let's pick one, and you ask me the question, and then I will respond without
Well,
you trying to assume what my position
well,
is.
you're
Does that
so
sound fair?
condescending. I kind of feel like you could answer all 3. So,
Okay, you have a few seconds to speak and ask me a question, please.
hey, you know what I'd appreciate, dude? I'd really appreciate this if you don't talk down to me.
Such bad faith. He literally tried to explain to me my position on conservation. So you think conservation is not killing any animals? What's your definition of conservation? Is it not killing any animals? Come on, dude. Are you serious? Like, why are you so upset? Like, I genuinely would have like answered your question, but you obviously are not here to like actually have a discussion or a debate. So, like, come on. Like, I'm not. I really don't think I'm talking down to you. And if I did, I'm sorry. But I've been through quite a few guests who are, having ridiculous arguments. So if you're not just going to ask your question in a sincere way, there's really no point in me sitting here and waiting for you to, actually ask me the question without assuming my position. So, what's up, Nick? How's it going?
I'm going pretty well, actually. It's been an easy day today.
Cool, good stuff. And you are over 18?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm 23.
Cool. Good stuff. So, what is your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
I would probably say that hunting is something that is a tradition rather than something that's a necessity.
Yeah.
I would have to agree with you there.
Okay.
But I would also say that I feel like the debate here has gone a little haywire on that. I'm not exactly sure what the argument is supposed to be. So to get kind of clarify here, your argument is that conservation isn't hunting. Like
So my
hunting should
argument,
not play
yeah.
a part in conservation.
Yes, and
So
would you like me to like outline that argument for you so you understand like the context for that?
moreover, I would like for you to kind of tell me what you're proposing as an alternative.
Yeah, so it depends on how you're like considering hunting, part of conservation. So the most common argument is that hunting should be considered part of conservation because it can be a tool for population control. Would that be like a valid kind of position that you might hold?
I don't necessarily hold that position because I agree with you. There are sterilization methods and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but I do have to agree with the average person that that's very expensive and only rudimentary at best. We haven't
Yeah,
developed it well enough.
so sterilization would be like the counter to an a interventionist approach to conservation, right? Like hunting is considered an interventionist approach, right? Like humans are coming into ecosystem, they're determining, that there should be a certain amount of these species, and then we allocate certain amount of tax under the North American model for those species, right? And that's supposed to be a sustainable use of, these animals, which obviously I am against because I don't believe in using animals. So, like I mentioned, sterilization is kind of the same approach in that interventionist way where we actively go in and we try to manage this population. But there's indirect ways or non-interventionist ways to also manage these ecosystems and these species, right? The most common of which would be carrying capacity, right? So looking at our land usage, what we're using land for. Are we deforesting? Do we have tons of agriculture land? Are hunters creating food plots that increase the food availability for these species? If we care about population control or wildlife management, looking at carrying capacity first would be the biggest impact that we can have on these species, right? As far as their like long-term ability to self-regulate. The second big part is predator to prey ratio. So making sure that we have a healthy population of predators, apex predators, subpredators, and mesopredators that can help balance out all of the rest of the ecosystem and the prey animals, which maintains a healthy, food web within these ecosystems. So, those are kind of the two biggest non-interventionist approaches that we can take to help these wild ecosystems to kind of maintain themselves in a more sustainable way.
Okay, I can kind of get down with that. I do have to ask in that though, what is your opinion on the risks that are applied when chemically sterilizing or using another agent to sterilize these animals?
Yeah, so there have been studies over probably the last 20 to 30 years on some of these new solutions, but there are emerging solutions that are still being tested. I do think that that is something we should be concerned with. We should understand the ecological impacts of these, these different sterilization options. So studying them is really important. In extreme cases, like say feral hogs in high value agricultural areas, I think the difference between trying this out and seeing what happens versus not trying could outweigh itself. So in making that investment to try it and do research on that could be of benefit. I also think with emerging technology of artificial intelligence and quantum computing that we can start to run far better simulations on these types of chemical solutions to things with
I'm
inside of
so glad you
animals,
brought
with
that up.
inside
I
of
love the
ecosystems.
AI usage there. Thank you.
Yeah,
My bad, I
yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. And I think that's something that, a lot of hunters kind of overlook is like how quickly our technology is progressing and how much better we can do a lot of these things with technology in ethical ways, right? Rather than encouraging consumptive behaviors like hunting that involve the harm of these sentient creatures and involve the suffering and unaliving of them, we can take these alternative methods that rely on technology and advanced technology that are more compassionate and that respect these individuals, rather than just seeing them as a resource that humans should be able to use, right?
Absolutely. All right, I have a couple more questions and I'll be
Yeah.
out of your hair. My next question would be, what's your solution to hunting that's not conservationist hunting?
Can you clarify? Like, what do you mean?
People who just go out to hunt deer, you know what I mean? It's not to curb the deer population, it's just to hunt deer.
Yeah, I think that's like the mass majority. Like, I mean, I grew up and like, conservation was always seen as like it's just part of it. We're doing
Right.
our part. So it's kind of like an add-on, right, of the sport of hunting. Hunting in my community and where I grew up has always been like a more of a enjoyment thing, like a recreational type thing. Of course, you get the benefit of having that animal's flesh in your freezer, to consume, but yeah, I don't agree with it. I think that hunting for sport or even for tradition, is immoral because there is a victim involved with that. And there are other things we can do. You can go out in nature and enjoy nature without harming animals. So if there are alternative options to give you the same satisfaction, if you're looking to eat wild foods, there's mushroom and plant foraging. If you're looking to get that connection with nature, you can go bird watching, you can go just sit in a deer stand and not have a weapon with you. There's so many different ways to approach that. So if you're seeking, some use of nature, right, some fulfillment from nature, there are non-lethal ways to go about that. So that's what I would encourage people, to choose rather than a violent, unaliving of animals.
So I'm going to ask this, but by no means is this me putting words in your mouth. Would your stance there be to legally restrict hunting in any way?
So I don't really. I was actually asked this on a live radio debate too, and like I'm not really a fan of bans. I don't think banning things, whether that's like substances or behaviors, really works. People are
Right.
always going to go roundabout ways to do these things. I think there needs to be education, like we're having right now. Discussions, knowledge shared, ethical considerations. Those are the ways that I think systemic change happens. I don't really believe in a top-down kind of decision on this. I don't think it would work. And I think having those difficult conversations with people is a far better way to, convince people of the morality issue with inside of hunting.
All right. And to explain my question there, kind of where I was going with that is I do live in a place that's, very heavily Native American, there's more tribes than I can count on both hands live actually in my state, and it's something that's heavily ingrained into the traditions of their society. So
Yeah.
I just kind of worried about that. But I mean, you seem to have a very good grasp of it. I really can't disagree with anything you're saying as long as you're going about it correctly. I mean,
Thanks,
it
man.
sucks, but if you really care about the animals, there's no reason why you can't have the views you do. All right, man. I'm gonna leave you to it. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. It was good talking to you, man. Yeah, good discussion. Yeah, I think like the indigenous peoples discussion is always difficult, but there are, indigenous, peoples and native peoples that are vegan because they agree with the ethics. Culture does not define everything about our actions, and we do have, the moral imperative, in my opinion, to, question our culture. There are a lot of things about the culture I grew up in that I ended up realizing I didn't like and I didn't want to perpetuate, and things that I had to challenge. And I think that's a good thing. I think every generation should be analyzing, our traditions and our culture, and determining what kinds of things we want to pass on to future generations. I think that's important, and I think having good discussions about that kind of stuff is how you get there. So let's see, Big Panda. Let's load you up here. Hey, what's up, Big
Hello.
Panda?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It's a little soft, but I can make it out. Are you over 18?
Yeah, sorry.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm 30.
Cool.
Yeah,
What is
yeah.
so what is your argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
Well, maybe not just in US, but I've been hunting all over the world. I've been a hunter for many years, and it like what you said about, for example, hunting deer, and like there is open season for hunting certain species of animals, and if they overpopulate, they eat everything. Like they eat, in abundance, and then it can be harmful for that ecosystem that you're trying to protect. Also, I know in US is not that much prevalent hunting that contributes. Like you said, it's around 1 billion, but for example, in some countries in Europe, it's like more to 60-40 the hunting. What you do is like 60% and hunting is 40%. Also, it's not just, for example, when I went to Germany, we hunted some deer and all that, and we provided food and stuff from animals for people who don't have a choice to be vegan or carnivores. For them, food, in the villages and all that. So it's not just for fun, it's also helping people. So not all of us have the choice to choose. So
do you, Big Panda, like, do you go to the grocery store and purchase, plants and meat products?
well, not too much because I have my own farm. So, but yeah, I mean,
But you do have access to like a grocery store if you need to buy flour.
yeah.
Yeah. So let's try to stay away from the argument of like, there are people that don't have the option, because you and I both do. And that's why I'm here speaking
No,
with you.
I understand. I'm just saying that sometimes hunters help people, and it's not just for own benefits.
But that's like saying, so like if I said, well, the mafia helped some people, here in the US, so they're not bad. Would that be okay?
I mean, mafia was used in World War II to help people, so.
Right, but you understand, like that's like a kind of group fallacy thing, right? Like where you're like,
Yeah,
well,
I know. I just want to say that, it's not just for the benefit of the hunter.
Yeah, but it normally is, right? And so most hunters are hunting for their own benefit. They're doing it, especially here in the United States. I can't speak for every country, but in the experience I've had growing up as a hunter, and I've also hunted internationally as well, and heard the same things. Like when I was in Argentina, they were giving a lot of the birds that we were unaliving to some of the local community, and that made us feel better about it, right? And like we were helping out. But in reality, like this is having an impact on ecosystems, and there are victims of this. And you and I both have the options to choose to consume, plants and have a plant-based diet. So that is an option for us, right? So getting back to the topic though, you mentioned like overpopulation. Do you think that's your strongest argument for why conservation should be including hunting?
Well, yes, because if we just leave it, because I mean, let's say this. What is your solution for overpopulation of a herbivore species that can harm that environment that you're trying to protect?
Yeah, so I think there are many different ways. I've mentioned sterilization being the most extreme. And that could
Yeah,
replace
but that's
hunting.
expensive as hell.
Right, and hunting is expensive. It's very expensive to buy ammunition here in
Less
the United
than
States,
this.
as well as weapons and all of the travel expenses and everything like that. Access to land is also an issue that requires monetary, and financial solutions. Hunting is not a cheap thing by any means. But yeah, there are many different ways to go about non-interventionist approaches. So not talking about sterilization being an extreme, but non-interventionist approaches focusing on carrying capacity in ecosystems, looking at the ability for an ecosystem to handle a certain amount. And if we want to reduce populations, we can do land management practices that reduce the carrying capacity in those areas. And if we want to increase populations,
Yeah,
we
but
can
how do
increase
you reduce? How? I'm understanding what you're saying, but
carrying
how
capacity.
exactly?
Carrying capacity. So in ecology, carrying capacity is the maximum amount of capacity, right, that an ecosystem can have for a certain species. And you mentioned it, you literally like already mentioned it. When a deer population gets to carrying capacity, they run out of food, right? Like that
Yeah.
is a natural check on them, right? They start to not have access to food. They stop reproducing as much. More of them die of starvation, right? That is a natural check. That is a reality of nature. So carrying capacity and our ability to manage it through land management is a huge potential for affecting the population of these species. The second one is predator prey dynamics, right? And having a proper predator to prey ratio
sure.
that can help with these, overpopulation issues. The third would be looking at, in nature, we have diseases and we also have pathogens or parasites that can also affect species when they get to a certain population. So nature has been doing this for millions of years. Like humans just get in and disrupt it because we want to exploit, these deer, or we want to exploit the elk, or we want to, unalive the coyotes or the wolves because they're impacting our, exploitations of animals. So no, like I don't think that hunting is a necessary part of population management. And we also have examples, scientific evidence of populations either not being impacted to the same degree as hunting kind of proposes, or having the opposite effect, and being negative for the broader ecosystem and reducing biodiversity. So no, I don't think that there's any evidence that hunting should be a valuable or important role in conservation.
But this is my thing. If the overpopulation starts to happen and then animals start to die out because they don't have enough food, where is the difference of me hunting that animal that will die of starvation and them dying naturally? Because it's gonna be solved, like that animal will gonna die. So I mean, there is no, quarrel in that it should be bad or good. I mean,
Well, I don't think you can really determine that this animal is going to waste away because we're at carrying capacity. First off, we typically don't know how close to carrying capacity each year to year we are. We know the previous years. So we're looking at historical data, not really current data. There's migration, there's all sorts of things, competition that impact the carrying capacity. So you can't really make that judgment. And since you can't make that judgment very well, I don't think it's an ethical choice to take an animal's life.
Ethical is based on subjective opinion. So
yeah, and I think we can have objective morals by choosing to utilize empathy, right? So I can determine that, like, you yourself wouldn't want me to unalive you because you and your family were overpopulating, this area. because I can understand that that would harm you, that would harm your family. So in the same way, I
But
could
you're
have empathy.
comparing a deer with a human. It's just not the same. I'm sorry, man. I know that's just like a argument point or debating point, but it's just not the same.
I understand it's not the same, and I completely grant you that. But we don't have to be exactly the same to grant them the same negative rights to be free from harm, right? Like let's do a little hypothetical. So do you have dogs or cats that you care for?
Yeah, I have dogs.
Cool. So if, let's say, in your neighborhood or in your area, that there was a really bad stray dog problem, right? And there were a lot of stray dogs around. They were getting into people's vegetable gardens, causing issues with their chickens, like other things like this, right? And they were becoming a nuisance. If you had the option to either A, go and hunt them and unalive them, or B, work with, say, an animal control or some, governmental group to find them new homes, would you choose to go hunt them, or would you choose to help them and try to find them new homes?
I mean, I would choose the second option first.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same option that we have, in ecology or in conservation. We don't have to be unaliving these animals.
Excuse me to interrupt you, but what happens when that stray dog that doesn't work, like second option, and then attacks a child, which happened in my neighborhood, and literally unalive a child? Then you cannot really stop or do the second option. Then people rally and they just wipe out them. So
yeah, I don't think that necessarily negates the second option. There are still non-lethal ways to go about protecting your family from nuisance animals, quote unquote nuisance animals, because that's obviously an anthropocentric term. Nuisance. So yeah, I think there are still ethical solutions that we can approach. And I think the main point of contention here is just that hunters view animals as resources that they believe they have the right to use and take from. Whereas if it were a dog, most people would recognize that that dog is like an individual and that dog shouldn't be harmed unnecessarily. And it's not that dog's fault, that they're a stray on the street.
Of course, I mean, but I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that based on your views of being ethical or non-ethical, that's also a little bit of a subjective opinion. And also, this is why hunters have the season for the hunt, not every day, all day. So it's like for some species, it's like a month and then stops.
But that doesn't make it more ethical, right? Like if there was some day where we could go out and abuse our neighbors,
I mean, for me,
that doesn't make it right?
But for me, it does, because I'm a hunter. I live. There is a 40% comes from the hunting and living from that. So for me, it's ethical. That's what I'm saying. For you, it's not. I respect that, but for me, it is.
But in order for you to make the ethical determination, you're ignoring like the victim, right? Like you're ignoring the deer that you're unaliving, the impact that has on not only that individual deer, but also that deer's family, the greater ecosystem, the predator prey.
The life is, the life is based on you to survive, and it's like not always you can have empathy for somebody or something else.
Yeah, but we already determined, Big Panda, that you do go to the grocery store and you have options, available at the grocery store. So it sounds like you don't really need to rely on these animals. You just want to, right?
Well, no. If I don't rely on these animals, I lose a lot of portion of meat or everything where it comes from for me and my family to live.
You mentioned you have a farm. Do you grow plants?
Yes, I do, but we are not vegans.
Are you aware that you can grow 13 times the amount of calories on 1 acre of land than you can raising animals on that same acre of land?
No. I understand. The vegan and carnivore debate, that's totally different. I respect you guys who are vegans, but I'm not gonna be vegan ever. So that's just how I was raised, and that's it. And I don't want to get into that debate, but I'm just saying many people around me, because I live in kind of rough part of the world a little bit, and what we have also is sustained by me hunting and selling the products, and using that for the survival of me and my family.
Yeah, but this again, like the point I was making is not that you need to go vegan right now. My point is that if you were to focus on just growing crops on your farm, you could grow way more calories. And that's to show you that you don't necessarily need to rely on animals. If animals account for 40% of your diet, you could easily replace that with beans and rice, which are the cheapest, goods globally to purchase. Much less if you have a farm, you can grow tons of beans on an acre. I don't know how much land you have, but the capacity for growing your calories is far easier and more time and energy efficient than it is to go out and hunt and purchase ammunition, the maintenance on your weapon, the transportation costs, the access to land, like all of those things are, costly. Whereas if
I
you
mean, yeah,
have land,
I
you can
agree.
grow.
I agree with you on that. That's for sure. It's more costly to do these things.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but it also becomes a cultural thing, So
Yeah.
I think it's. I can admit that growing beans and all that can be reduced in cost, but it's also kind of goes again in a cultural thing where since I can remember, and my grandpa and my great grandpa, we all been carnivores and all that, and hunted, and it's like in my blood. So I can see your point. I'm just saying sometimes it's more than it runs deeper than based on point.
So would you concede, Big Panda, that you could make the option to not hunt and you could still feed your family, and if you're growing crops and focusing on purchasing, cheap whole goods, whole plant foods from the store, which are by far the cheapest, dried plant foods
Oh,
from the store.
no. Wait. Well, this is the thing. Purchasing from the store is kind of expensive, but I can concede on what you said, that I would, be. I would maybe even make more money if I went to the just crops. But again, I can concede on that. I can see your point. I'm just saying it would be like my kids are just used to, and my wife and all of us are just used to meat so much that it's like it would be a tough period to transfer to.
Yeah,
But
I
yes,
definitely
you're right.
understand. I definitely understand, and I'm glad you recognize, that hunting isn't necessary, and that you could save money. I would also encourage you to look into the health benefits of eating plants and removing animal products from your diet. I think that can also be a very big incentive, for living a healthier lifestyle for you and your family. I'm sure you want to have a long, healthy life, and spend time with your kids and your family. So that I think is an important aspect to a plant-based diet.
Yeah.
And I would also, like to say, so let's see, you mentioned, sorry, you mentioned another point that I wanted to touch on, but now I can't remember what you had said. So, culture. You had mentioned culture. So, there were a lot of aspects of the culture I grew up in here in the southeastern United States that I don't think that I think is immoral, that I think is wrong to pass on. And there are many, cultural practices throughout history, that we can think of that were immoral when we look back on them. So I think
Sure, yeah.
every generation needs to analyze, the practices and the things that we're perpetuating in our culture and the things that we're passing on to our children. And I think, it's far more important to pass on compassionate choices especially when those align with better health for the individuals and better health for the planet. I think it's very important, to focus on these types of things rather than just saying, oh, well, it's a tradition, to have this amount of meat in my diet. If there are benefits to you and your family, to the larger globe and the environment, as well as the individuals, the animals that are being raised or unalived through hunting to be consumed, if there are benefits for all three of those stakeholders, I think it's worth looking at. And yeah, I'm really appreciate you coming up and having this discussion. It's been very respectful, and yeah, big props to you, Big Panda.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, it's like I'm not saying I don't eat plants. I do. I mean, we have a lot of land, but yeah, and of course, on the culture thing, we shouldn't put on or push on the some things that are maybe wrong in this generation or in these culture times. It's just some things I can admit that some things are very hard to change, and it's kind of a very slow process. But I can say I gave you a follow. You've been one of the most respectful people to debate on this. So and my only point last is maybe hunting is not conservation as you say, but it's in this time present, it's still in some ways necessary to have in the world, but maybe time will change, who knows.
Yeah, and I definitely think we see a trend towards people stepping away from hunting. Here in the United States, 50% decline in the hunting population since 1980. So just in the matter of a few decades, we've had 50% less hunters, participating. People are making more ethical choices. People are against things like trophy hunting, or hunting for sport.
Oh yeah, I'm against that. Let's say that yeah. In my opinion, who hunt for trophies should be jailed. In my opinion, I'm a hunter, so yeah.
Cool. Well, good stuff, Big Panda. I appreciate you coming up, man. Appreciate the follow, and yeah, great discussing.
See ya.
See ya. Good stuff. All right, let's see. You got a few more in the queue here. Jeremy, I think you've been waiting for a minute. I feel like I've talked to you before. Not sure, though. Welcome, Jeremy.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh my god, man! I thought I was gonna fall asleep while I was waiting.
Oh, geez, yeah, I've seen you down there for a minute. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's your best argument for why you think hunting should be considered conservation?
So I know this for a personal perspective based off of the land that I own and the ecosystems that are directly impacted from the whitetail, deer, bear, and migratory bird population within my area.
Okay, so is this like population control argument for hunting being conservation?
It is, and I'll also add to the fact that there's been multiple growths as far as new housing developments and people moving outside the most urban areas of my area. There's been over 2.1 million deer that have been hit in North America alone this year so far.
You're a popular guy, man.
Yeah?
Your phone's blowing up.
I'm sorry, just one second. I'm just trying to mute my freaking...
Yeah, you're good, dude.
All right. I'm sorry. I was just getting notifications. Actually, it was off my trail camera. So I apologize. I think that, a personal perspective choice, if people don't want to hunt, then that's their own rights. I fully support, vegans or veganism or vegetarians, whatever options that you do choose. But everything on this planet relies on something to survive. Every single thing. Down to the clothes that we wear on our backs, someone has suffered to make those clothes. Down to the oil in our cars, down to the land that is continuously used for oil and petroleum usage. It's a matter of it's a matter of facts that everything on this planet needs something to survive, and the only way that we're gonna fix that is depopulation of the entire world, as far as human beings. Because we are the most beautiful thing on this planet.
I disagree. I think we can make more ethical and thoughtful choices, more compassionate choices, using empathy and relating to fellow humans as well as fellow animals. Would you also argue that it's okay to unalive people because there are some people who are unaliving people?
There are some people that are unaliving people, yes, and I do believe that the death penalty is a valuable resource because
So what I'm getting at, Jeremy, is you like you kind of went into like what I would consider like a futility spiral. Like you just started naming all of these reasons why it doesn't really matter what you choose to do. So like I'm trying to like draw a parallel between like, yeah, there are people who do bad things, but you still think, that what they're doing is bad, right?
absolutely.
Yeah. So it just because bad things happen in the world doesn't like justify us making bad choices that have impacts on people or individuals or other animals. So I don't think that that's a good argument. Just saying that, oh well, like everything causes suffering, so why should I try to improve, right? Like that's an appeal to futility argument.
As far as that goes, and I can understand where you're coming from, but to a certain extent, have you ever seen what happens when a white-tailed deer is eaten by coyotes?
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
not sure what you have to
I
do
could
with.
show you an actual video of it happening,
No,
and
like
it's
I've seen extremely violent things in nature, but that doesn't justify us doing violent things, right? Like that's literally what I've just explained to you is that just because there's bad things happening doesn't justify us doing bad things, right? Do you understand like what I'm saying here? Like that's an
no, I do
appeal to
understand,
futility.
and I get it. But what do you think the alternative is to not hunting and not controlling any wild population?
Yeah, so I definitely like to get back to the topic, and I appreciate you bringing us back to it. Your argument seems to rely around overpopulation, right? And humans hunting to control the population of certain species. Would you say that's why you think hunting should be considered conservation?
It's a portion of it.
Okay. So my argument would be that most of the time, hunting actually increases the population of these animals through hunting land management practices that are funded by hunting license fees as well as taxes like the Pittman-Robertson Act. The hunters are investing in land management practices that increase the carrying capacity for species that they want to hunt. And then they are, also spending money on regulating those populations over time through Department of Natural Resources and game wardens, et cetera. So, if you care about the population of, deer being too high in your area, you should look at the hunting practices that are happening and the funding that goes into land management for hunting. At a further, broader perspective, just land use in general. Has land use changed in your area to increase the carrying capacity for these animals? And how can we address that, right? Like, should we put up fencing for agriculture use? Are there wildlife corridors we could put into place to, prevent wildlife from going into certain areas?
My area
We
has
also
specifically
need, we
done that.
also need to look at the predator-prey dynamics in these ecosystems to make sure that there's a healthy amount of predators who are doing far better, natural population control than hunters can do.
So as far as I'll touch one specific subject there. You were talking about an area where basically you're talking about wildlife crossings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So each zone, based off of how many deer are harvested each year, is harvested by hunters, and that is the only vital statistic that the Canadian government can go off of for natural resources to determine whether a herd is healthy, unhealthy, overpopulated, or needs to be conserved in a specific area so that it can further produce for the next generation and so on and so forth. When you don't create these healthy balances within the world, then things start getting put out of check. There's a company called Northern Pulp, and they were operated out of a LLC through China. And when they would go in and harvest timber, what they would do is they would introduce a specific type of coyote. And Eastern Mainland coyote actually started crossbreeding with another breed of wolf, essentially is what it was. So when you don't put these animals in check, then you create overpopulation, you create overkilling. This is why there was no male moose hunting within Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Female moose hunting this year within Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. Because they're trying to value the species. They're trying to conserve the species. I mean, as the American conservation effort, do you support that?
What do you mean by the American conservation effort?
So, I mean, the American conservation effort diversifies multiple different species so that they don't go extinct, so that they
Yeah,
can create sanctuaries, so that they can create healthy environments for these animals to thrive in. And this is what all, I mean, as far, it's, I won't say all, it's a very large portion of what hunters pay into. And going right down the line as far as one species impacting another, their species and their healthy herds or unhealthy herds can directly influence us. Have you ever seen what happens to a human being when they're undiagnosed with Lyme disease?
I feel like we're getting way far off of our topic, Jeremy. Like, I feel like we need to reel it in a little bit more. So, you've made a lot of claims, like a lot of weird, like history and stuff, which I'm not really sure how is relevant. So can you make like a clear, concise, like argument for why you think hunting should be conservation? We've already talked about population control. I've explained to you, that there are alternative methods to hunting. Everything from the most extreme being like sterilization to like introducing predators or focusing on carrying capacity. So like, what is your true like best argument for
The
why
best
hunting
argument
should be
that I can
considered
make,
conservation?
the best physical argument that I can make that's written in our history going back over 100 years is the Yellowstone National Park. And you cannot argue the facts of that. No
I,
way.
I think that like there's a lot of evidence there that would support my side. I mean, that's weird that you bring that up, but why do you think that supports that hunting should be conservation?
So there's a direct documentary on the impact of just wolves on how they impact every other animal within that area, along with the ecosystems, the rivers, even the salmon population. So when those animals were conserved with efforts, there was a direct benefit to the ecosystem within, actually the most valuable ecosystem within North America. And that was strictly from conservation.
But again, that wasn't from hunting. That was from conservation.
That was from overhunting and then a result of healthy hunting, though. That's exactly what it was.
But see, this is a weird contradiction that I run into, and like I feel like it's such a mental hurdle for some hunters to understand. So, can you explain to me how hunting historically, right? Like we're talking about 1700s in North America, right? Like wiping out species, eradicating predators, right? Like over trapping of beavers, of fox, like all these species we almost extirpated from North America. The wild turkey. The passenger pigeon was wiped out from was extinct because of overhunting. How can hunting be both the problem, right, that caused the movement that required the conservation movement, but also be part of conservation? Can you explain how it both caused the initial issue of overhunting, but also somehow like helps with conservation now? Can you explain to me, why that's not a contradiction?
So going back to, I'll even say the earliest settlers of the western part of North America. We'll go back to the 1800s. They had no way of knowledge. That it was strictly survival for them at that point. Strictly survival. It was either freeze, eat, or die. That was it. Those are the three options that they knew of. They knew nothing as far as major conservation efforts or not wiping out the bison or, like that's where that all stemmed from. So there's a lot of hatred towards hunters. I'm not saying that you hate hunters, that's not what I'm saying, but there's a lot of stigmatism towards hunters nowadays because we're viewed as bloodthirsty animal killers. When I harvest an animal, I do it within the guidelines of my area. I follow the natural resource book that is given to me by Department of Natural Resources. I register my animals that I harvest so that they can know if the herd population is healthy or unhealthy. I do not bait. I do not hunt over bait. That is another way that CWD is being displaced throughout Southern America because constant swaps of saliva and everything like that. But as far as everybody hunting now and having a lot more knowledge as far as computers and graphic images through
You're failing though. Like I'm not hearing a coherent argument for why hunting, which is the exploitation of wild animals for the human benefit, is also synonymous with conservation, because conservation is the exact opposite of that, right? Like conservation is protecting ecosystems from hunters, right? Like regulations from conservation is like you already explained, like you literally explained this, that conservation and management of these game species is why there's game species today, right? So like in one hand, conservation is protecting from overhunting, but on your perspective, hunting is somehow helping conservation, right? Like there's
It goes in healthy ways, but when you're comparing it to a level of hunting that happened in the 18 or 1900s, it's a much different system now. There's more.
But you're not understanding like what I'm explaining, right? Like hunting is exploitation, conservation is protecting against exploitation. So like by literal definition, Jeremy, they are opposites, right? So like I'm waiting for you to explain like how they're not opposites, and you're just like explaining like history and like different contexts, and I'm explaining to you, no, like semantically, hunting is the opposite of conservation.
So
right?
anti-hunting, like the adverse effects of not hunting. Do you understand what those would do to an ecosystem?
I've explained to you like so many different ways already that we can non-lethally and non-interventionlessly impact, these populations. So yes, I'm well aware.
British Columbia introduced the euthanization and the sterilization project just last year, and they pulled it within 6 months. Do you want to know why?
Sure. Yeah.
Because the animals that they were actually sterilizing were the healthy ones, and they had no way of knowing if they were going to be able to survive the winter.
Okay.
Not only that, they don't know the adverse effects of the drugs from the animals that were going to be eating them.
Do you know what drug they were using?
I don't know the specific one. There's a big pharma. The name of the company will come to me in a second.
It's probably PZP, which does have plenty of ecological studies. But yeah, I mean, that just sounds like bad practice for the sterilization method. I mean, I don't know why that's a solid argument against, like, and again, like sterilization was the extreme, position for interventionist approach to conservation. Again, like I'll mention one more time, but if we come to this argument again, I feel like I'm going to need to move to the next guest because this will be the third time we've talked about it. There is carrying capacity, right? Like analyzing our land use. There's looking at predator to prey ratios. There's looking at disease as well in these ecosystems. Like there are natural means of natural mechanisms of population control that have been working for millions of years, right? Like humans have not been involved in hunting in most of these ecosystems for millions of years.
I totally agree with you. And then as soon as we got introduced to it, that was when things got thrown for a loop.
Right. So my argument, though, is that hunting is unnecessary and that has negative impacts on biodiversity and ecology. So if hunting has negative impacts on biodiversity and ecology, which we see from scientific evidence, why is it synonymous with conservation?
You cut out there. Repeat that last part. I apologize. It's definitely.
No, you're good. Yeah. So, like, why would hunting be synonymous with conservation if we have scientific evidence that hunting has negative impacts on biodiversity as well as ecology as a whole?
So, what would be the alternative? What would you propose?
Oh, Jeremy, this is the fourth time.
What would you propose if I was to quit hunting tomorrow?
Yeah.
What would you propose?
I would propose looking at carrying capacity, right? Maybe you should write this down because this is literally the fourth time, right? The carrying capacity for an ecosystem, right? Managing land in different ways, looking at land use practices, looking at available food supplies for these animals, adjusting that, putting fencing around agriculture if that's a main land use issue, right? Like there's so many different ways to address just carrying capacity. I mentioned the extreme sterilization. So again, for fourth time, I'll mention sterilization, carrying capacity, and predator to prey relationships or dynamics, and the ratio of predators like wolves, coyotes, bears, even mesopredators like foxes to these prey species. And making sure that we have a healthy balance. So if we cut out hunting, we'd be looking at these same things that ecologists and conservationists are already looking at, and we'd be changing different aspects of the ecosystem to benefit the species, not to benefit hunters,
How can
right?
we
Like
predict the future of
conservation
that?
is not. Sorry, go ahead.
How can we possibly predict that future?
What do you mean predict it?
How can we possibly predict that it would be beneficial to the ecosystems if we did not hunt?
Because like I've mentioned, we have scientific evidence to show that hunting has negative impacts on biodiversity. And we have tons of studies looking at how hunting funds land management for specific species that hunters want to exploit, not for broader ecosystem conservation efforts, right? So if we stopped hunting, if we stopped using all this money in conservation to fund more hunting and more land management for hunting, we'd be looking at a broader ecosystem, and we'd be looking at all of those things I mentioned: carrying capacity and predator-prey relationships. We'd be looking at disease and parasites. We'd be looking at so many different aspects within ecology rather than just how can humans exploit them, right? Like that is again, the contradiction between hunting and conservation. Hunting is an exploitive, consumptive behavior, and conservation is protecting against consumptive and degrading behaviors within an ecosystem, right? So it's a contradiction. Like hunting cannot be conservation.
I mean, I can respect your opinion. I'm gonna have to agree to disagree.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it sounds like you got some trail cameras to go check on.
Thanks. Good day.
Yeah. Good talking to you, man. Have a good evening. All right. Let's see. We got a few more here. Brett, let's bring Brett up. Make sure 18 plus in the box.
I'm 22. Swear to God.
Good stuff. So what's your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
If it's cool, I just had a question about something. I'm not, because if I did the whole hunting thing, and I mean, to me, it's not BS, but I'd say a bunch of the same BS everyone said. You know what I mean? It'd be a waste of our time kind of thing. I was talking with, and shout out Sarah. She's actually so kind in your chat. Literally, I was talking with her about this. She's great.
Yeah.
So just to start up, I don't know, because this is a relatively new development in like the last, I think, like 15 years. Are you aware about the hippo epidemic going on in Colombia?
Yeah, I've heard that a lot over the last few weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just wondering, like, how would you go about taking care of that? Because from what I've read, the government is saying that basically, and I'm not going to act like I have a PhD in economics, you know what I mean? But they're saying that pretty much economically, it's not feasible to sterilize or tranquilize and relocate them. So I'm guessing from a vegan standpoint, like, I'm genuinely curious, like, what's your idea on that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same, position I would have on like invasive species as well. Looking at the larger ecosystem and how they could fit in, but also seeking out other management practices. I do think that, there's emerging technology, like we have drone surveillance that could very much, save money as far as like surveilling where these animals are going, to see their potential impacts, on human settlements as well as ecosystems. There's also emerging technologies through sterilization that are making it cheaper over time. So I think there are still options there that we could pursue. And I think, for something like this, where it's like maybe a country, that doesn't have enough conservation funding, or, animal control type funding to make humane decisions and choose humane options for these animals. I think that's where NGOs or non-governmental organizations should step in. We have tons of different organizations all over the world that are focused on biodiversity and conservation, and ethically doing so, not through hunting or other like consumptive behaviors like hunting or trapping or fishing and stuff like that. So like the Nature Conservancy, World Wildlife Foundation, there's tons of billions of dollars of non-governmental organization funding for different projects around the world. And I think, that should be the route that, we should be taking for these types of species, especially when it's like, that situation with the hippos, where it's like a human created problem, right? Like they escaped from the zoos or from
It was, I don't want to get you banned, DRUG Lord,
Yeah.
Pablo Escobar. Basically, from what I understand, he had a private zoo full of elephants, rhinos, and the military obviously busted him. And so when they went in, they got the elephants and the rhinos, but they couldn't get the hippos out. And so
Right.
the military basically said, F it, we're going to leave them. And what happens to man-made structures over time? They deteriorate. So that from my understanding, that's how they got loose.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, that is a human caused issue, right? Like he shouldn't have had those animals in the first place.
Oh yeah, 100%, right?
So I think, you know, like from the vegan perspective, it's like, well, these are individual animals, you know, like their capacity to suffer and enjoy their lives, and you know their you know, drive to survive is valid, and we should respect their, you know, right to existence. They didn't choose to be there. They didn't choose to be, you know, the Mr. Escobar's, you know, private zoo or whatever he had going on
Private
there.
collection, yeah.
So, like, they didn't make that decision, so we shouldn't, you know, go out and harm them just because of, you know, some humans' misuse. We should try to make ethical decisions. Perhaps there's, you know, some nonprofits, you know, that could take them in and provide them with sanctuary. Obviously, that's going to be costly. You know, perhaps there's some way to make a sanctuary there where they're already at, like through fencing or, you know, huge projects like that, where you could have ecotourism, you know, where people fly in and come and walk around to go look at, you know, the hippos and stuff like that. There's so many different ways, you know, to approach it in an ethical manner. But I think that a lot of times hunters want to focus on situations like that make them feel like there's a justified reason for violence, right? And a lot of times they want to overlook the other options, you know, that are available to us. So yeah, I think there are ethical options, you know, for even that kind of unique situation.
Yeah, that's why I'm like so interested in it, because I'm like, man, like this is so, like this isn't like a python or a lizard, like this is a 6, 7, 8,000 pound, you know, freaking like yeah, no, but I appreciate it, man. Now that was all, and I got one more thing, and this is so on the whole, and this is for everyone on the whole. If you got nuisance coyotes, you don't got to shoot them, and you don't got to call animal control. Your solution is a Great Pyrenees. I'm gonna tell you right now. You get I got Great Pyrenees, dude. Coyotes don't come within 5 miles of my house.
Yeah,
That's your solution.
So we actually just rescued a Great Pyrenees last week from the Humane Society, and we've got 3 Pyrenees total now. But yeah,
we got 4.
A good fence, and you know, some good dogs that are gonna love what they do, you know. And as long as you're like treating those dogs really well and providing them, you know, with the best life they can have, and making sure.
Trust me, they're spoiled, dude. They don't know how good they have it.
Yeah, and I get into arguments and comments with people. Like I made a video a while back and posted it, and it was about like making a wildlife corridor for coyotes, because our farm is kind of like when we designed it, we had already done research on like the different wildlife that were coming through our property. So we kind of designed our farm around, you know, the wildlife trails and stuff like that. But we've made wildlife corridors to kind of keep the coyotes a little bit further away from our rescued animals. But we also have fencing, you know, like multiple layers of fencing, as well as our dogs, you know, patrolling in the evenings to protect, right? And so like there's tons of ethical, non-lethal ways, you know, to protect your family and, you know, your animals, you know, through ethical means, right, where nobody has to really get hurt. But yeah, coyotes aren't going to jump a fence with a big dog behind it. Like,
I've seen those Pyrenees take 6 of them at once, man. They're insane. But no, that was it, man. I hope you have a great night, dude. It was good talking to you.
Yeah. Yeah, appreciate you coming up, man. Good stuff. Come on up. Any other vegans want to come up and hang out? You're welcome. How you doing, Ozark?
Good. I'm in the beyond and off mute because I'm making dinner, but good job on your discussions today.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Good one with you where I felt like I was having to repeat myself way too often, but so it goes.
Maybe just a few.
Yeah. What you making for dinner?
Falafels.
Ooh, nice. That's awesome.
Yep. So, just doing that. Just made some tzatziki sauce. Have you ever had it?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got some in the fridge. I haven't made it myself, but yeah, I love tzatziki sauce, man. That's awesome.
It's pretty simple to make. I make that tomb and then I just blend it with cucumbers, lemon juice, and salt, and there you have it.
That's nice. All right, we've got a guest here. Welcome, guest. Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 40.
Cool, good stuff. Well, what is your kind of argument here? Do you think that hunting should be considered conservation, and if so, why?
I've never heard hunting equated to conservation. I am a
Okay.
hunter. I think there's no moral issues with hunting. I wouldn't call it quite conservation, depending on what you're hunting. You know, like if you're hunting wolves or something, I guess you could be conserving the elk. But I've never heard that, proposed.
Yeah, so I definitely hear it very often, and in the culture I was raised in, here hunting in South Carolina, hunting was always considered part of conservation. A lot of the arguments come around like funding, how hunting funds some conservation, but in reality, it funds less than 10% of broader conservation efforts. There's also the argument of like overpopulation, right? And hunters being critical for controlling certain populations of animals, which we see through scientific evidence is just not true, and it's actually the opposite. Hunting tends to increase the populations of a lot of these game animals that hunters want to exploit. So yeah, I don't. That's why I'm kind of doing the topic.
You're saying
Yeah.
hunting increases populations?
Yeah. So the investment in land management practices.
So wait.
So sorry.
I've never heard the argument that hunting is conservation, but you're saying that hunting increases population. That sounds like conservation to me.
Yeah, so if you'll let me finish the point. So hunting increases the population of these animals because of the land management practices that are happening for hunters' benefit. Here in the United States, there is federal funding as well as state level funding through licenses and taxation on hunters that go towards land management practices and regulations for hunting. The land management practices typically involve practices such as deforestation, the creating of food plots, as well as other habitat for hunters' interests or for the species that hunters want to exploit. So that is why, like, hunting artificially increases the population of animals through the North American model. And we also see that through hunting, especially gender bias hunting, which is the tag system for male versus female animals, can actually increase these populations as well through reducing the competition as well as the reproduction kind of ratios between males and females, which can increase those populations. So hunting is not a valid form of like controlling animal populations.
I mean, everything you just lifted off there just sounds like a net positive to me. I don't see the downside of any of that.
Well, I think the downside is that individuals are losing their lives for hunters' benefit. That would be my position. Hunting is a exploitative or consumptive behavior, whereas conservation is looking to protect against those consumptive behaviors, right? Historically, we've seen hunting causing the extirpation of various species just here in the last few hundred years, like the passenger pigeon, as well as the extirpation of megafauna, as well as the extirpation of apex predators like mountain lions and wolves. We've seen hunting have negative impacts on ecosystems, and we also have scientific evidence showing that even regulated hunting negatively impacts ecosystems and specifically biodiversity in those ecosystems.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that, but I don't think I'm the proper candidate for this panel because I'm not really like, woo, go hunting. I had never heard the whole notion that hunting is conservation, so I was curious about that. But
yeah,
it sounds like you have kind of a moral stance on this, that you don't like the idea of taking a life, and I'm not going to be like, no, you're wrong.
No, I'd love to get into the morals with you if you're cool with it. I definitely, it seems like you're willing to have a respectful conversation, so I definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't think there's no real contention here, and I don't think either of us are going to really wiggle. So I'll step down, but thanks for taking your time to explain your point to me. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good day.
Yeah, no worries. You too. Thanks for coming up. All right, free the Hong Kong. Got free the Hong Kong. Hello, Free. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, are you 18 or older?
Yeah.
Cool. Good stuff. So what's your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
I hunt the invasive species in my state. They kind of like kill the other species that are native here.
So how would you define invasive species?
The animals that aren't supposed to be here.
Are
It-
humans
that
supposed
don't
to be here?
the animals that eat the animals that are native. They don't have many natural predators here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's pretty close, I guess. So invasive species would be like alien species, meaning that they don't originally come from a specific ecosystem, right? They're like either introduced or through various means they've migrated to that area. And then typically invasive in the human context means that there's financial issues with these animals, right? Like in the case of feral pigs, there would be financial impacts to like agriculture, things like this. But also outcompeting native species to the detriment of the ecosystem, right? So yeah, in ecology, invasive species is a very specific term. But like in a lot of the southeastern United States, even animals like coyotes are considered invasive, even though they are technically through the like ecological definition, they're not invasives at all. They're just considered a nuisance animal, by farmers, animal farmers and people like that, who are looking to eradicate them essentially and get rid of them. So Ozark drop. But yeah, I think invasive species is an interesting discussion because there's so many different ways to go about invasive species. The invasive label is also very anthropocentric, meaning that we're looking at it through a human context, not necessarily like an ecological context, and the impact that these species have on the broader ecosystem all of the time. Usually, we're looking at it direct impact to human needs or exploitation. So yeah, I think that we need to have a different perspective on invasive species. So let's say like obviously you're aware that humans are extremely invasive, right?
No.
Sorry, what?
No.
You don't think humans are invasive?
No.
So humans aren't like originally native, to a lot of different areas. They come in, they overuse resources, they overpopulate. So technically, we are an invasive species.
All right.
So would you be okay with unaliving humans because we're an invasive species?
No.
Right. So we're not morally consistent, in this stance, right? Like even if, say, it was dogs or cats on the street overpopulating and causing ecological harm, most people wouldn't support going out and unaliving cats and dogs because we do have an emotional attachment, or we empathize and recognize their inherent value. And I would argue that we should do the same thing with invasive animals as well.
Do what to invasive animals?
We should treat them with respect, just like we would treat other humans, as far as the right to be free from harm, or like we would treat, stray cats and dogs. They didn't choose to be born there. They didn't choose to be, a nuisance animal from human perspective. So, we should treat them respectfully and not just take their lives for being a certain species in a certain area.
You guys, stray cats and dogs get killed too, right?
Yeah, but do you think that's morally like permissible to like if you choose to go and hunt and unalive cats and dogs when you could like call the Humane Society or take them in, to a shelter.
That's a good point. I'm gonna try calling the animal shelter on all these rats. Yeah. Not sure they'll take them, but I'll try.
Okay. There are humane traps as well. You can catch and release. That's what we do with mice here, as well as like insects inside. You don't just have to squash them just because you're fearful of them. There are humane ways to handle quote unquote pests. You got anything else?
Nah.
Cool. All right. Well, good talking with you. Free the Hong Kong. Hope you have a good evening. All right. We got a Bubba. Let's see what Bubba's got going on.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. So I'm guessing you're over 18, right?
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right. So what's your best argument for hunting being considered conservation?
Well, I'm in the state of California, and we have here the Fish and Wildlife game wardens. And so in order to hunt, in order to fish, you have to buy a license, right? And then you have limits. And those limits are set by the Fish and Wildlife, which they go out and do studies. They understand what the population is. If it's under, you don't get to fish. They've closed salmon this year. They closed it last year.
Yeah. So
Crabbing
Bubba,
was closed for a long time, right? All that stuff.
I'm pretty aware of how this all works. So I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
So
need
here's the
to
thing.
What's your argument?
So my argument is that hunting's been around since the beginning of time. Hunting is something that you do to eat if you choose to. It's something that people do for sport, right? And it's a conservation thing because people aren't going anywhere. I mean, yeah, the world's going to end at some point, but you need conservation, because without conservation, without me paying a license for a hunting, then you're just gonna have a bunch of poachers around. And that's the main thing they protect. They protect people who just go out and just do whatever they want. I'm a hunter. I follow the rules. I follow the regulations. I went out and hunted ducks this morning. I'm eating them for dinner tonight.
So Bubba, I appreciate like all of this coping that you're doing.
Coping. I'm telling you what the facts are, man. That's the fact.
So maybe you can refine your argument now that you spewed out like 4 different arguments. What is your best argument for why hunting should be considered conservation?
Hunting should be considered conservation because if we're all living in these areas where they were all wild before, you need to control the population of wild animals. Whether that's trapping and relocating, whether it's through doing, invasive species, what the other guy was talking about.
Yeah. So that's the most common argument, I would say, is overpopulation. I do want to remind you, though, that the first thing you started to talk about was funding, which is even easier to argue. So which one would you like to discuss, overpopulation or the funding for hunting?
Well, let's talk about funding. So my license pays for all the game wardens, which fund all the conservation of all the animals. So it's one of the few organizations, say in California, government agencies, that is actually self-funded.
Somewhat true. There are, I'm not sure California specifically the ratio, but there are federal funds that go to state DNR.
No, you're right. Yeah. No, you're correct. Yeah, there are federal funds too, but I mean, most of that money is collected by the state, goes right back to pay for game wardens, pays for the conservation people that do the studies and all that stuff.
To some degree, yes. But so if we're looking at funding, over 90% of conservation funding in the United States is from non-hunting sources. Pittman-Robertson Act is an 11% tax on hunting apparel, ammunition, as well as other hunting-related goods. That contributes about $1 billion each year to conservation.
Yep.
or for hunting management.
Yep.
If we look at just the United States Department of Agriculture, the allocation for conservation, which is focused on land, soil, as well as wildlife habitat conservation, we're looking at $6 billion every year. So just the U.S. taxpayers through the USDA are funding 6 times what hunters fund. So hunting is less than 10% of overall conservation funding, accounting for less than $1.2 billion every year. Whereas the larger conservation pool is around like $10 to $15 billion in the U.S. publicly funded. So hunting's not that substantial for conservation funding, and we also have to look at what those
Well,
funds.
you just asked me the argument for conservation, and I'm telling you it. So you're saying it's not enough. I'm not arguing that it's not enough. I'm saying it funds it. It funds conservation. Ducks
doesn't,
Unlimited.
you-
Ducks
Bubba,
Unlimited. Ducks
Bubba,
Unlimited
Bubba,
buys
Bubba,
Ducks
Bubba,
Unlimited.
Bubba, you literally interrupted me halfway through my argument about funding. So would you like to hear the entire argument for funding, or would you like me to move on to the next guest? You can unmute. The reason that hunting doesn't fund conservation is because hunting funds more hunting. Hunting funds land management practices through state DNR, as well as through incentives for private landowners to increase the carrying capacity for these prey or for these game animals in state land. So it's not funding conservation, it's funding the management for hunters to exploit. And if you want to consider it a tool of conservation, then it is a extremely small part of conservation. But again, like hunting, as I've explained, like probably 30 times over the course of the last 3 hours, hunting is the exploitation of wildlife. Conservation is the protection from exploitation of wildlife. So the funding argument isn't going to work for you because again, hunters fund less than 10% of overall conservation funding, and that conservation funding goes towards land management for more hunting. It's not conservation. It's for hunters' exploitation. So that's a funding debunked. Your other argument was about overpopulation, and we've been through this 1,000 times. It really feels like that, probably more like 20. But there are far better ways to manage overpopulation in species, including sterilization at the most extreme, which I know a lot of hunters get butthurt about that. But that is an interventionist option if you want to get heavily involved where there are issues of overpopulation. You can use sterilization. The technology and the different tech for that is advancing all of the time. And we also have advancing technology for tracking these animals. So that's one interventionist approach. There's also looking at carrying capacity within ecosystems for managing populations, either reducing certain land management practices that increase the carrying capacity or increasing certain land management practices that increase the carrying capacity. We should also be looking at the predator to prey ratios within inside of these ecosystems and making sure that there is a healthy balance of predators to the prey populations, which will help maintain the ecosystem by themselves. So no hunters needed. Woo. Really disappointed that Ethan of Hunting Appalachia didn't show up tonight. Really sad. I don't know if he got snowed out or if he just was scared to debate me or what. But I was really looking forward to the conversation. We've got a triggered hunter. Let's see what Brad Atkins 36 has to say, just so it's publicly available for everyone. Listen, Beta, how about you go back to watching The Real Housewives? Well, I've actually never watched The Real Housewives. I don't know. Is that good? You tell me, Brad. You've clearly watched it. I'm a hunter as it's fine. Okay. Globetrotter, if you want to come up and chat about it, feel free. I've got a little while left, probably just one more guest. So if anybody else wants to come up and discuss the topic. Yeah, how does he know about Real Housewives? So what do you suggest we do with Farrell what Brooks? I know it's hard to get it all in chat here on TikTok. 65 million in state funding in Michigan. Cool. Well, that's pretty small compared to the overall conservation funds. I'm sure your state, actually, yeah, Michigan gets tons of conservation funding from the USDA. So I would argue it's probably 6 to 10 times 65 million. Yeah. I'm sure the conservation funding just through the USDA for Michigan is probably over 600 million. I'd have to look that up though. That'd be interesting. You do when the intact males and females become instinct and we are left with sterile animals. Well, that's the whole idea of sterilization, Dalton, is that we reduce their ability to reproduce to help with the population, right? If a population gets far too large for the carrying capacity and there are no natural predators, you could intervene with sterilization methods, which there are numerous ones that have been tested and that are effective. Sorry, bud, you can believe what you want, but facts overweigh opinion. Yes, facts do overweigh opinion, and the facts are very much on my side. If you want to see my evidence, you can go to bentheveganfarmer.com/links, and you can find all of my resources. Got Globetrotter here. I think they were in the comments a minute ago. Hey, what's up, Globe?
Hey, how's it going, man? What's up?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, what's your best argument?
So hunting is not conservation. I mean, for the most part, I would imagine that real hunters would probably disagree with that. And I'm talking about real hunters, because the fact that, and I'm just going to talk from my own experience and where I live. I live out in the country.
Could you tell me, like, you said real hunters. Could you, like, elaborate a little bit? Like, what's a real hunter to you?
Yeah, so not casuals. So people that do it on a regular basis, that understand some of the effects of, different, I guess, feral animals, pests, basically, which we do have, particularly here where I live in New Zealand. We've got an overbearing amount of goats and deer here on the East Coast that are not only affecting farmlands, which are around the area, crops within farms, but also affecting the forest, the native growth around the area as well. And so, in some ways, hunting does two things, right? For all of the people around here that hunt, it does two things. It lowers the amount of pests that are around here causing havoc on those things, but it also feeds families, right? Families that live in isolated areas where getting to a supermarket isn't the easiest for a lot of people. So it's huge deer, it's huge goat populations here. Possums are a huge issue here in New Zealand, huge issue. And there has to be some way that we can keep those populations at a lower level. And so to me, that sounds like conservation, right?
I think I understand your argument. We're kind of going on and naming all sorts of examples, but it's clear to me that your argument is to control the population of quote unquote invasive species. Is that a good characterization of your argument?
Absolutely, and that is conservation.
Can I respond? Could I respond to that argument and explain to you why that's not a valid form of conservation?
Before you do, I'll just say one more thing. That it is because not only because of the way that it protects, I guess, native forests, but it also protects native animals, native birds that we have here, particularly the kiwi, our iconic bird, iconic animal actually in New Zealand is the kiwi. you know, possums and all these things. It has a real huge adverse effect on those, and other wildlife that's native to New Zealand as well. Pigeons, you know, the rupe and all of these kinds of things.
Again, Blake, I really appreciate you like wanting to lay out all of these different examples in your context, but it's irrelevant, right? Like I clearly characterized your argument, and like, is there anything else you want to add besides just giving me examples of your argument? Like I feel like you're just kind of running around trying to not let me give you a real answer.
So before you give me my answer, I guess to conclude what I'm trying to say here is that hunters have a huge, they give a huge, I guess, they are a huge additional support to conservation for both native wildlife and native forestry. That is a fact here. We understand that that's what happens when we have hunters doing what they do. That is just a fact. There's no argument against that. I would like to see what you're going to say to argue the fact that hunters is definitely a contribution to conservation. How would you argue that?
Are you sure you're ready for me to reply, or did you want to go in a long spiel again for a few minutes?
I'm ready for it. Let's go.
Okay. So would you make the same argument for dogs and cats if I also said that, you know, there's dogs and cats in my neighborhood, they're causing nuisance, you know, they're hurting the native wildlife, and I can unalive them and feed them to impoverished people and help everyone out?
No, but there is people that are stopping them from having an adverse effect on wildlife, because we've got things like pest control. So how could you say? I don't believe that's a fair enough argument.
This is an analogy, right? So I'm comparing your argument about invasive species in New Zealand to invasive species or stray animals like cats and dogs, with which people empathize with, right? And so typically in the case of stray cats and dogs, people want to choose humane options, right? That don't exploit these animals, that try to find them homes, or at least give them the opportunity to find homes before being euthanized. What you're describing is the exploitation and use of wild animals that were maybe not native, you know, that you can consider pests for various reasons. And your argument is that since you can make use of them, you should have the right to remove them from the ecosystem because there could be some ecological benefit, right? And my analogy is pointing out that depending on the species, you know, people make different ethical choices, right, based on the species, which I think is inconsistent. And I think we should apply the same ethics that we would be applying to stray cats and dogs, trying to make the ethical and compassionate choice with them, to these same, you know, species that you're talking about, goats, pigs, you know, whatever else kind of torment the ecosystem there in New Zealand. My argument would be that there are ethical ways to go about handling the situation. I've described numerous times throughout this live, I'm not sure how long you've been here, you know, of different ways that we can handle and control different species and ethical, non-interventionist methods for controlling species. So we have options, right? But what you're doing is you're justifying the use of animals, of wild animals, because they find themselves in an ecosystem where humans determine that they should not be. Typically because of human, you know, exploitation originally, right? So what is the, you know, ethical difference or the trait difference between cats and dogs that justifies not unaliving cats and dogs and turning them into, you know, food for you versus doing that to goats or these other animals in New Zealand that you're talking about?
Well, I think there was one term there that you used that sort of didn't quite describe where I was going with my point, because you used the word remove these animals. In terms of hunting, when you think about I guess the effects in numbers from a lot of these pests that we're hunting, like deer and goats and things like that, it's not a case of removing them completely. It's a case of basically keeping the numbers down so that the impact on on things, on nature, on native animals and native species is not as horrific as it could be. It's more about, in a sense, of control rather than removing. I wouldn't use the word remove. And when you think about it in that sense, it fits perfectly with your example that you gave about stray cats and dogs. We don't remove them entirely, but there are pest controls, there are different processes, there are different systems in place within society that help keep that to a level which is bearable. And so I think that's the difference here, and the point that you're making and I'm making. When I'm talking about conservative, I'm talking about keeping things at a level where it's bearable and where it's okay, as opposed to completely annihilating. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I do, but I feel like that's contradictory to the conservation efforts that you're describing. Like if these animals are a nuisance to New Zealand's forests and native ecosystems, shouldn't the idea be that we should remove them somehow?
Well, not necessarily.
It sounds to me, Globe, like you're trying to justify, the continued and sustainable use of these because you see a benefit that they could have to you or other people through the exploitation, rather than recognizing that maybe they could play some role in the ecosystem. If some things were to change, or maybe there are more ethical solutions like sterilization, or finding them a different space, to where they're contained and they can live out their lives, not be reproducing and roaming free and damaging, forests. Like there are options, right? But the options that hunters typically want to focus on are the ones that provide a direct benefit to hunters, not necessarily to the greater ecosystem. And you've already kind of described that, because rather than, your goal being like restoring New Zealand's forests to a pre-goat, kind of area, you're advocating for a sustainable management where humans can continue to exploit the goats. So you're doing it for the humans, not for the ecosystem, right? And that's kind of that contradiction of conservation, because conservation is focused on, managing or protecting and conserving resources and natural resources and ecosystems, whereas hunting is the exploitation of those things. So what you're describing is in contradiction to conservation.
I guess you can have a point to a degree. I think we're sort of, where I'm sitting is we're about halfway between. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying we're entirely conservation, but I think we definitely have some sort of a contribution towards that. When you really think about the outcomes of keeping these pests down at a lower rate, and I mean, you can't deny the fact that hunters are going to take, benefit from whatever game they're killing at the same time. So, I mean, yeah, I just think that without hunters and without hunting, I think there'll be a larger problem at hand that would mean more attention would need to come to it, and other means. I mean, how would you make a whole bunch of wild pest and animals sterile? How would you do that?
Yeah, so there's various means. There's like blow darting to administer sterilization drugs to these animals. There's also non-interventionist ways of like applying bait out for these animals, like bait, like food with the sterilization drugs in them. There's catch and release. So like catching these animals that do well with catch and release, and sterilizing them either through spay and neuters, or through these different drugs. And there's been drugs over the last 30 years that have been tested and found efficacy and ethics, far better ethical kind of implications than hunting, right, and taking their lives, right? And if we care for these individuals, and we care about the ecosystem, we should be looking at methods that don't take the lives of these individuals, but perhaps help the larger ecosystem over the long term. And hunting, we see, actually has negative impacts on biodiversity, even in regulated hunting. So I don't think that hunting can be an effective means, because we've already proven through the North American model, as well as models around the world, that hunting is in contradiction to conservation efforts. and often impedes on those broader conservation efforts that are focused on biodiversity and not just game species for hunters to exploit. And I would ask you, Globe, like when you speak about conservation, like how do you see conservation? Like what would be your definition for conservation?
What would be my definition of conservation? Well, I think, well, there's several things, particularly, sustainability, obviously, well regulated, of course. I think some key points that explain a little bit more around conservation, particularly from a hunter's point of view, would be that in many countries, particularly like New Zealand, we have hunting licenses, permits, and even taxes on hunting gear that generate significant funding for wildlife conservation. And there's examples of that in the US as well, where funds from hunting related sources, are channeled into wildlife management programs, habitat restoration and species protection efforts. So, for me, I think I would disagree. I think to a large degree, hunting can be seen as a form of conservation for many reasons, those that I've just given, but also.
But your new argument now is funding. Is that your new argument?
That's just one point that I'm making now. But in terms of ecosystems, as I've mentioned earlier, certain species can experience population booms. And if it's left unmanaged, you can't argue that can cause damage to habitats and other species, as I've already pointed out. So hunting can be a tool used to manage populations. It's not just a way of people to take advantage and benefit from the game that they're getting. It's sort of like that's sort of the bonus side of things. Okay. But when we're talking about conservation, it does have a significant, supporting impact towards conservation. It really, truly does. And hunters often, like myself, I tend to lead more strongly to healthier genetic type lines over time. I choose specific. There's different farms that I can go to hunt, but this can I think with that can improve the overall health of animal population if we're talking about sustainability. I think there are other ways of doing it, but I think I do not believe that hunting is not conservation. I think it stands close to conservation than you think it would.
I think even just looking at the definition, we could say that hunting is in contradiction to conservation. I mean, hunting is the exploitation of wildlife for human benefit. Conservation is the protecting and preserving and conserving of wildlife or wild resources for sustainability. So that's by definition it's a contradiction. I looked up the funding for New Zealand, and from what I've been able to find, the majority of conservation funding in New Zealand is derived from non-hunting sources, just like in the United States, Canada, most developed countries. The vast majority of conservation funding comes from government taxes, not directly from hunters licensing, even though the licensing and the taxes do go into regulation for hunting and land management for hunting. The broader conservation movements are primarily overwhelmingly funded by taxpayers, not by hunters. And hunters, I'm sure even there in New Zealand, make up a small portion of the overall population. So to argue that hunting through funding is a major contributor, that's factually incorrect, even for New Zealand, from my understanding. To try to argue that just because there's other alternatives, that hunting is a valid means of population control. Again, there's valid alternatives. There's more ethical alternatives. The history of hunting and conservation, especially in the United States, is very telling. Hunting is exploitation. Overhunting has caused the exploitation of many species throughout human history, even in prehistory, of megafauna, of apex predators, and degradation of ecosystems. So no, hunting is not conservation in any means. Hunting is the exploitation of wildlife, which conservation is seeking to protect us from. But still haven't heard a solid argument yet.
But in terms of I guess the conservation organizations that you're talking about, whether or not you've done a deep enough look into that, there are many non-profit groups as well that focus on wildlife conservation. You know,
Yeah, there's plenty of non-hunting funding as well. Like the non-hunting funds, especially in the United States and globally, are far larger than the hunting funds. You look at the World Wildlife Foundation, the Nature Conservancy, they're looking at billions of dollars every year that they put into conservation. And that's not for hunting interests. That's for the public good. That's for biodiversity. That's for true broad conservation. Yes, there are hunting related non-governmental organizations and nonprofits, but they are investing in the interests of hunters, not necessarily of the interests of the broader population who's not seeking to exploit wild animals by unaliving them and using their body parts. So yes, hunting is exploitation. Conservation is protecting against exploitation. So again, that is a huge contradiction. Hunting cannot be conservation.
I think so you don't believe that I think the biggest confusion here, I think, that I'm getting with your point and I guess partnered up with mine, is that you're really focused and fixed on the idea that hunters are doing it for benefits. A lot of the time, farmers, particularly who are also hunters, are doing it for the conservation of the land, right? As I've mentioned before, the only bonus that comes out of that is that you get some meat to eat and fill up your freezer. So I think you're a little too distant from, you're either one or the other, and your mind frame is what I'm hearing. But the point I'm trying to make here is that whether it's not entirely conservation and I guess within the criteria that you would fit it under, it's definitely a high contribution towards conservation, which would basically say that it is conservation in some sense. You can't disagree that hunting can play an important role in controlling invasive species that threaten native wildlife and habitats. That is our number one fact. For example, hunters may target non-native species like wild boar, which can destroy habitats. I get that. But overall, when we're talking about conservation, it has a definite contribution to that, and which I don't think can be disregarded entirely. I think to a degree you have to at some point acknowledge that hunters do have a certain contribution towards conservation. That's got to be a fact there. Definitely.
Well, so I did mention that hunters indirectly contribute to conservation through funding, right? Which we have already reviewed is a very small portion, less than 10%, at least in the United States and Canada, of overall conservation funding. So it's not inconsequential, but it is very small. I understand the arguments for why you would believe that hunting would be a valid management tool for populations. But as I've demonstrated multiple times, there are alternatives and more ethical alternatives. So yeah, I don't think it's a valid consideration. Again, hunting is the exploitation of wildlife, whereas conservation is the protection of exploitation of wild resources, including wildlife and wild animals. So again, they're at contradiction. Since there are alternatives, we should choose the compassionate alternatives. And you mentioned that hunters that are also like ranchers or farm owners are hunting species for conservation. Can you elaborate on that? Like what does that mean? Like, are these hunters going after the wild boars that are messing up their farms, or like what do you mean is like they're practicing conservation, and in what context?
Yeah, but not particularly their farms, but even just like within the area, because especially where I am, we have we have many different native species, plant species, that are pretty, damaged and need a bit of a kickstart in life. So a lot of farmers are aware of these kinds of things and are often targeting, certain animals when they're out hunting or when they're out on the farm. Like goats, for an example. Goats are a huge pest here where I am on the East Coast. So every so often there is a culling of goats, and that's to ensure that those populations aren't having as huge of an impact on ecosystems.
Can I ask you, like, would you also be okay with the culling of humans if the human population gets to a certain point, and we're overusing our resources, we're causing mass ecological issues,
have to
we're
argue with them.
losing,
You'll have to
losing
ask people.
biodiversity. Would you also support the culling of humans because we are an invasive species that is destroying our environment?
Well, I'll tell you something. If you really want an answer to that question, you'll have to ask people in the likes of Bill Gates and all these unelected leaders, world leaders, who actually have this belief. So,
No,
you'd
but
probably
I'm asking you. I'm asking you, Glove. Like, why are you pivoting to some Bill Gates conspiracy? Like, I'm asking you if you are okay with culling humans because we are an invasive species and we are overpopulated. Are you okay with that? Yes or no?
Well, I think we're a little more of an intelligent species than animals, right? I think so the answer is there's not going to be any need for that. There's because there's no need for it.
Okay, so what is the moral difference between humans and those goats that justify unaliving the goats because you can benefit from them versus, not unaliving the humans?
Yeah, I keep hearing this word benefit, and I have to keep bringing you back to the fact that it's not just about benefit for our freezers. You have to understand.
But let's remind ourselves of the context here. So in this context, in this hypothetical, humans are overpopulated. They're destroying native fauna. We're losing biodiversity. We're having species go extinct because of humans' overuse and expansion. And you're saying it's not okay to cull humans, right? Because we're having that same degradation to the ecosystem that those goats are, right? But you're okay with doing it to the goats. So what is it about the goats, that is different from humans that justifies harming the goats but not the humans?
Well, I would disagree to the fact that you've said that the world is overpopulated and because of that we're seeing this and that and the other outcomes. I would.
This is a hypothetical, Globe. So we're putting it in a context to where it's analogous to the goat situation, right? Do you understand a hypothetical?
So the difference between your example that you're giving and the goat example is that if there was an issue with humans, we could rectify it in a different way. If when it comes to goats don't understand what they're doing and the impacts that they have on it.
Globe, I've already demonstrated to you multiple times throughout our discussion here that there are alternatives, right? That we can work with the goats in different ways. We could rehome them. We could provide them with a sanctuary. We could sterilize them. We could change the carrying capacity in the areas they're in. Like, there's so many different ways to go about handling this goat situation. But you, as a hunter, are focused on what you can use those goats for your benefit, right?
No. You need to come down here. I need to get you down here on a holiday to come and see what the goat situation is like down here. You have absolutely no clue, man. Where would you put them? It'll become more of a problem if we try to have your approach. And I'm just going to make this one final point before I leave, because I think it's important, is that even though hunting, for some critics, it's obviously not sustainable in your mind, but when it's done in a sustainable and regulated way, like I said, we don't just kill all of the goats. We just get them down to a percentage of numbers that we know is not going to have a huge and large effect on our ecosystems, on our native plants, and on our native animals. So I think if it's done in a sustainable and regulated and ethical manner, it can have a positive impact on conservation. I think it's important, however, that, when we're hunting, it's carefully managed with a focus on maintaining, ecological balance and protecting, biodiversity. And this is what the point that I've been trying to make from the very start, is that it's not just about benefits. There is a definite conservation understanding and outcome as well that comes with the idea of hunting, specifically in the area that I come from. I don't know what it's like everywhere else, but I would imagine it is like that everywhere else. If we're talking about people who are true countrymen and real hunters who understand that it's not just about game and it's not just about benefiting off things. It's more than it's more about the environment as well. And I think that's the one sort of, I guess, piece to this puzzle that you're missing here. You're constantly going back to this idea that we're benefiting. I don't believe it's just entirely about benefiting when it comes to hunters. It's about a whole different range of aspects of things that I feel you're missing in your point, which could
Can I ask you one
just if
thing
you
before you leave, Fred? Could I ask you one thing? If I'm missing this, then surely by your argument right now, if for some reason you couldn't make use of that goat flesh, and you weren't barbecuing it, and enjoying it with your family and friends, the sentient animal that suffered and died for you, if you weren't able to benefit from it, and I say it like the carcass of this animal, if you weren't able to benefit from these animals, and unaliving them and hunting them, then do you think as many people would still be going and hunting these animals?
No, no. I mean,
So I've just defeated your argument. Your whole argument was around, that, we're doing it for the good of these species. So you've just confessed that you would not be seeing the same amount of interest in hunting if you were not having that exploitation of the animal. So your entire argument is mute.
not necessarily, because, and the reason why I say that is because if it was no, then I would suggest that we would have other issues at hand. So I guess it doesn't matter which route you go down, whether it's having hunters around or not having hunters around, you're still going across the bridge of problems. It's just going to look a little different. Because where are you going to house them? I mean, I honestly, you talk about alternatives.
Do you want to answer? Where could we house them? Yeah, so we could house them in sanctuaries. There are non-governmental organizations that would take public funds from people who care about conservation and the ethical conservation of the land there in New Zealand, who don't want to see these sentient animals suffer, and they would donate money. There could also be public funding for these efforts, just like there's public funding for certain hunting efforts. There could be public funding for efforts to create sanctuaries to take these goats out of the forests and into farm areas where they can live out the rest of their lives and be sterilized or spayed and neutered more effectively. And yes, it would be at a large scale, but this is definitely possible, especially if people choose to care about the animals and not just see them as a resource that they could use.
Can I ask you a question? In terms of this, the question here that you're asking, how close are you actually to conservation, and how close are you to the country, and how broadened and wide is your understanding and your experience in wildlife and what's truly out there in a lot of these wild area or these country areas? Can you give me a little bit of a background? Because I feel like just with some of the alternatives you're giving, I feel like there is slightly a lack of understanding as to how largely that job will be, how immense that would become. Not only on a community scale, but on a larger national scale and international scale, and what that would look like financially, what that would look like in terms of land. I mean, I really think I hear what you're saying, but I think there might be some roses to be smelt here, man. I really do.
Okay, you ready for me to answer your question about my background and why I feel competent to speak on these issues?
Let's go.
Yeah, so I grew up in the deep country. I was raised on thousands of acres of timber property where I practiced land management practice for the exploitation of wildlife specifically, as well as the benefits of the ecology. As I grew up, I realized that, hunting is not necessary, and that consuming animal flesh is not necessary, and it's degrading my health and the people's health around me. So I chose not to continue that tradition. And the more I looked into the ecology around hunting, the more I realized that it had negative benefits to the ecosystems that I cared about. So that's why I speak out against it. Now I run a 100-acre farm where over 50% of the farm is devoted to wildlife and habitat for wildlife, where we protect animals and we don't exploit them for our own purposes. I also run a nonprofit animal sanctuary where we rescue farm and domestic animals. We also do wildlife rehabilitation. And I also run a veganic farm where we practice regenerative veganic agriculture that improves the soil and improves biodiversity in our area. So yes, I do think I'm well versed in the ideas of conservation, and I have a good understanding of the hunting side as well as the non-hunting side.
That's you talked right. Nice. Okay, so you talked a little bit about how you contribute towards I guess was it a conservation sanctuary where you kind of help and save wildlife and all that. So if you were to take that example of what you just do there, which is great and good on you, by the way, and you try and put that into a national scale from where you're from, how would that look, and what do you think the impacts of that would be financially, in terms of space, land wise? How much do you think would need to go into something like that?
Yeah, I think that if trends continue and people begin caring even more and more, as the trend is for animals and wildlife specifically, and people care more about their choices that impact the wild spaces that we have remaining. When people realize that 80% of our agricultural land in the entire globe is for animal agriculture, and if we care about preserving wild spaces and wildlife conservation, we should be focused on our diet specifically, because our diet contributes to the most significant land use of any diet when we include animals in our diet. So in my position, in my utopic world, I would see a gradual, if not very quick, shift towards a plant-based food system where the majority of our calories, the vast majority, like over 99%, would be coming from plants. If we did that, we'd also slowly reduce the animal agriculture that we have going, and rather than 92 billion farm animals being raised and slaughtered every year, we'd slowly reduce that, hopefully to none. And if so, we could rewild and return a huge amount of land to wildlife. That 80%, of farmland would be reduced. So we'd be looking at 75% reduction in the current land usage to continue to feed humans just on a plant-based food system. So with all of that land, we could easily turn it into wildlife sanctuaries. We could take these invasive animals and have huge high fence areas where they are kept in areas and they're allowed to live out their lives. So I think there's tons of options, and it all starts with our individual choices, as well as discussions like this where we talk about, alternatives to hunting, as land management or as wildlife management options, and talk about compassionate choices that we can make that, have huge impacts on the rest of the world. So, yeah.
So Ben, I mean, look, I listened to your plan. I think it's great for starters. I think the way that what you just described just then is all great and rainbows and unicorns. But I mean, you understand that there are humans still that don't have places to live, right? There are still humans that don't have a place to eat, a place to stay. And you're talking about housing, or at least setting up things, sanctuaries for the conservation of native or wildlife animals. I just can't see how financially you're going to be able to support that, or at least get it started and off the ground.
So this is an appeal to futility argument, right? So you're saying that because there's homeless people and there's people without homes that can't eat, that we shouldn't try to do any better? Is that your argument?
No, what I'm saying is, how are you going to be able to get that off the ground when we can't even put housing, for some people? You know what I'm saying? I'm just looking at the reality of where we are currently in society.
I think the reality is that we spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year here in the United States, and I'm sure New Zealand is similar. Maybe not to the same scale, but Canada, like most developed nations, are spending huge amounts of money to fund these unsustainable agricultural systems that are based on animal agriculture and animal exploitation. So if we reassess our subsidies, we could drastically shift, our food systems and start on this path, of what I've described as a utopic kind of vegan shift in the world. And we also should look at our conservation funding, right? Like we have billions and billions of dollars, like tens of billions of dollars here in the United States devoted to conservation, and we're still failing, right? And so we drastically need to reassess our connection with nature. We drastically need to have more educated people who care about the wild spaces. That's one thing, that I think we have in common as hunters and vegans, that we do care about the wildlife. It's just that I care about the individuals in the system, right? And hunters tend to care about how they can exploit, those individuals, right? So, I think reassessing that relationship that we have with wild animals specifically, but also looking at our diet and how we impact the world through our choices is extremely important, if we care about the wildlife and the wild spaces that we have remaining.
It's an interesting thing, because every time I hear you talk about conservation or sanctuaries, at least, I feel like we're talking more about constraint habitats, and I don't understand how how sanctuaries can often be limited in size, because what that means is that they don't provide enough space for large populations of wild animals to thrive. I think that some species require vast territories or migration routes, and I just think that placing them in restricted areas can lead to overcrowding and increase.
I think you're kind of making a straw man argument, though. Like, maybe you're misunderstanding the idea of a sanctuary. Like the sanctuary I run is primarily focused on domestic animals, right? Like farm animals as well as dogs and cats. So yes, we do have limited area, and we protect these animals, right? Like, we don't let them just free roam out in the field where there's coyotes, like these guys that would attack them and stuff like that. But there's also, like, especially in the United States, there's thousands and thousands of acres of protected land already that are considered wildlife refuges. And oftentimes these refuges, even though they say refuge, right, which you would assume a safe space for animals and wildlife, even these refuges offer up the ability for hunters to go in and exploit these systems, right? So, like, we already have these systems in place, and we're already seeing, like, less and less hunters participating every year. So as people care more about protecting wildlife and not just exploiting them like hunters want to do, I think we'll see a trend towards more of this, right? And, like, I don't appreciate that, you would look and say, like, oh, how would you have a sanctuary where it's like confined animals? Well, that's the difference between, like, domestic animals and wild animals, right? Like, the idea with wild animals is you would have corridors, right, through spaces, so that you reduce, like, fatalities on the road, as well as, like, predator conflict with humans and human, settlements. We have protected forest, right, where there should be no hunting, to allow these animals to have a safe haven. There's ways to have this wild space, right?
That sort of makes to my point, though, that I was talking about earlier, because as I just said, if you came here and saw the goat issue that we have here, I still don't understand. I don't think you understand the scale of which we're talking about here. When you're talking about alternatives like sanctuaries, or it's just to me, it's nonsense in a way. And like I said, hey, if you could throw money at it, which I'm not sure financially where you're going to get the money from, how would you justify that when there's still humans who don't even have housing? I mean,
but again, like, this is irrelevant. Like, this is an appeal to futility. You're just saying, oh, well, what about this issue? Like, we need to address this issue first. It's like that's not it. And you're also saying that, like, there's only one solution, right? And I outlined, like, 5 different solutions to the potential goat issue in New Zealand specifically. And sanctuaries were one part of it. But there's also, like, multiple other potential solutions. It's not just like one issue to solve it all, right?
But one of your alternatives was that everybody's vegan and nobody's eating meat, and we no longer have farms trying to develop animals, basically, through animal agriculture. That was one of your alternatives. This is what I'm saying.
You asked in my ideal situation what would happen, and I described, like, a long-term solution that over time, we're already seeing a trend in more people caring about wildlife and not wanting to harm wildlife like hunters do. So why would that not just be conducive to the thing? Like, I don't understand what.
I understand what you're saying, but again, like, what the point that I'm trying to make here is that the idea of that and even just getting that off the ground is it's yeah. I don't know, man.
I think you just set these hurdles in your mind that seem so large to you because you really want to accept the idea that you can continue to use these animals, that you treat as like pests, or as others, or as animals that are different than your companion dogs and cats. And I think overcoming that hurdle is the biggest thing for hunters because of the conditioning that we receive from a very young age to treat certain animals a certain way, but then dogs and cats and humans we treat another way. So overcoming that hurdle is obviously the biggest thing, but none of what I presented to you is incomprehensible, right? Like it's all possible, and it's all could be part of the solution. But hunters like yourself tend to say, oh, well, what about this? What about starving people? What about the people in the middle of nowhere who survive on this? Well, what about, and you're not focused on like the argument we're actually having, and you're like, throwing all of my arguments out the window, right?
But the thing is, like you've got to understand that cats and dogs, right? When they don't find homes, you know what happens to them too, right? You understand that, right?
Yeah, but why can't we do the same thing with goats? Like people care for goats just like pets, right? Like if we can find homes for cats and dogs, we could probably find homes for goats. And if you have public sentiment changing to care about goats rather than treating them like a pet, like that, there you go.
You understand that there's no difference between the way that we treat the dogs and the cats that are wild, that are don't have a home, and the goats. Eventually, they all end up in the same place, right? The only difference is
there's hugely different, right? Like, so what happens in New Zealand when somebody finds a stray cat or dog?
So they go to the pound.
Yeah. So somebody humanely captures them and takes them to the pound, and the pound tries to find a home for them. And if the pound cannot afford to take care of them, if they don't have space, or if they can't find a home for them, that's when they're euthanized. Now let's contrast that with how goats are treated in New Zealand. How are goats treated in New Zealand when you go to hunt them?
The reason why that is because there are so many of them and they are so vast across the country. It truly is. And what it does, and I guess why the establishment of conservation areas and animal sanctuaries.
You're evading the question, Globe. So I asked you a very specific question, and now you're like pivoting away from it. Like why are the goats treated differently? Just because of their population size? Do you think that's a valid reason? Just because they have a lot more, population than the dogs and cats, that makes it okay to unalive them?
No. What I'm trying to say here, the answer to your question would be that it's a large issue that hasn't had any control over it, or hasn't had any planned control over it for a very long time. Suddenly we have this overpopulated growth of goats, and something needs to be done about it. It's a lot different. It's a different scenario here than what you're talking about with the goats, with the dogs and the cats. Dogs and cats are constantly having a system that's in place. Like you can ring a pound or something when you see a stray dog at any day of the year. When you see a stray goat here in New Zealand, or a whole tribe of goats, nobody rings anybody. Okay, and it goes on like that for a very, very long time until suddenly there's an issue, and then we need to actually do something quick about it. So they're two different situations. You can't measure apples with bananas. I
just don't think it is that different, like morally, right? Like what I'm trying to get you to recognize is you're treating a goat different because it's a goat, and you're treating dogs and cats differently because they're dogs and cats. And if you had the same empathy, for the goat, then you're like, well, I care about these goats as individuals. I don't want to harm them. There's no reason I should use their body part, for my benefit. If everybody had that same goal with goats as they do with cats and dogs in your area, it'd be a lot different of a situation. Wouldn't you agree on that?
Possibly, but I still think that goats, it's a different situation as I've just described to you. So I don't know if I can kind of marry the two together in the way that you are, but I kind of, yeah. I think just before I jump off, man, because it's been a good little debate here, and I appreciate your points, and I do hear some valid kind of situations. I do hear what you're saying. I'm not a vegan, but I think one day I probably will. But I'll just say this is a funny little situation for you here. I do a lot of detoxes, and I'm looking strongly into fruitarian, into becoming a fruitarian.
Yeah,
So I've done a lot of long-term detoxes for like I've done a 90-day one of fruit only, and I was still hunting while I was just eating only fruit. I just thought I'd let that out there because that's a weird situation. I had a lot of my friends saying, "How the hell are you not eating meat, but you're still hunting?" It was just a funny situation. But anyway, before I go, I think while I hear your points on conservation. I think while we've established that conservation areas and animal sanctuaries can often offer important or beneficial protection for endangered species and habitats, I think it's not a one size fits all solution, and I think the negative consequences of that can outline, I guess, strategies that need to be carefully planned and integrated into I guess more of a broader holistical approach to conservation, which I'm sure is what the point you've been trying to make this whole time, which I get. And I think that we need to consider a lot of different things, from diversity of animals and local communities, the ecosystem health and all of that. But I also think that with these factors overlooked, I think the shift towards sanctuary kind of based conservation could have unintended and counterproductive outcomes. I really truly think they could, but that's just me, and I think that's where hunting comes into play. It sort of mellows that out a little bit, and as I've said and will continue to say and believe, I think it is a definite contribution to conservation, whether you want to view it as that or and instead of just it being a benefit for hunters, because it's not just that for hunters. A lot of us are thinking about other things as well, besides just the fact that we're gaining a bit of game. So I just really wanted to come on and make that point, man, and of course thank you for having me up, and yeah. Thank you for the debate, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good stuff. Appreciate you coming up and talking, man.
All right, Ben. Take it easy.
See ya. Yep. Oh man, the classic discussion. That was good though. I appreciate you coming up, Globe. That was a good discussion. I do hope you'll consider, the individuals that you're impacting through, your hunting choices. And yeah, I mean, fruitarian is a great way to go. Eating lots of fruit is great for you. But yeah, veganism is not a diet. Veganism is a ethical stance against the use and exploitation of animals. So that's something we need to be considering, when we're making choices. If we do care about wild spaces and conservation of wildlife, we need to be looking at the impacts our diet has on these ecosystems and more broadly the entire world. And yeah, we should be protecting those wild individuals and these ecosystems that we have. So yeah, more for health reasons as opposed. Yeah, I mean, I totally get it. I went plant-based before I was vegan as well. And I was also hunting while I was plant-based, and I was like starting to forage mushrooms. But I realized more and more that hunting was not ethical. And it was also like detrimental to ecology. So obviously it's very different in different contexts. Like the goats is a huge issue, but I still think that there are ethical, compassionate alternatives that we should be, approaching with those types of situations where we can, work with animals and coexist with them rather than, using them as, resources for us. So